It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
65 degrees right now, a little drizzly. Going to be drizzly. You're right. I was wrong, Tommy. You're right. It's going to be drizzly all morning.
Getting a little stormy.
Yep. Little thunder shower potential between 10 and noon this morning, but the afternoon looks a little nicer. High of 76 beats the hell out of this oppressive heat we've had the last couple of days.
All the humidity will be gone.
Yep, we got that going for us. You should always have your eye open for an opportunity.
Oh, what happened?
Well, there's a massive opportunity for someone that has a good idea in the city of Rochester.
What do you do? What would you do with the idea?
I'm going to tell you what you're going to do
What
with
do you
the
have to
idea.
do?
Well, it's an idea you could have with this building that the city is looking to unload.
Oh, all right.
School number 25 is up for sale.
Old number 25?
In the city of Rochester. So what's weird is...
The thing's got to be ancient.
So there's like an old building, and then there's like newer buildings attached to the old building?
It's like,
quite ugly.
I think...
So it's been added on to over the years.
I think so. I'm not familiar with the school. What's weird about it is, based on the website of the school, it looks like right now it's open and operating. But 252 WCMF, I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure.
But they're selling the building.
They are selling the building, but there's not a price on the building.
Okay.
So the school is on North Goodman. The city wants proposals for what someone is going to do with the building.
They want you to submit your ideas, essentially?
Yes.
Or your plans?
I will read you a quote from the website. It says, they want to renovate the existing structure to stimulate economic efforts.
Okay.
So they
Pretty vague.
But it sounds like they want it to be some sort of business.
Business, yeah.
Right. So, like, first of all, if you wanted to buy a school and live in it, that's out.
All right.
Can
They turn it into apartments.
Well,
that would be a
would
business.
stimulate economic.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Does that stimulate economic efforts?
They rent.
Would you want to live in an old school?
They hipped it up, made it nice.
Hipped it up?
Yeah.
You know it's not hip?
Right.
Saying hipped it up.
No, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to go in some creepy ass building.
So I think if I could be wrong, but I think that there was a really old school just off of East Ave that was turned into apartments, and those apartments look beautiful.
It's in Pittsford, right?
No.
In the city of Rochester?
In the city, yeah.
I thought that happened. Didn't they do that in Pittsford, too?
Yeah, maybe.
Our resident Pittsford expert. Yeah,
I don't
probably.
know.
I don't know.
I don't know everything.
So there's been this thing going on social media, TikTok, I think specifically, where I guess a new trend, because, real estate TikTok is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Like, these Gen Z kids, they can't buy a house, so they'll watch other people do it.
All right.
But, like,
Things I can't have.
buying old schools and turning them into, like, houses, I guess is like a semi-trendy thing to do. Because these schools in some of these towns, they get sold for dirt cheap.
Yeah, but they're huge.
Yes, they are. But people go in and they, like,
Renovate the whole thing.
I guess, but like there are these people that have they buy these schools that have been around for like 120 years.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they have a house and their own full gymnasium.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Because it's built in.
Right? Like they have like full auditoriums that they get
But is
to
it
have in
like
their house.
old school gymnasium where it has like that belt that just jiggles you and stuff? Or that sweat box where your head just sticks out the top?
Everyone I have seen does look like the set from Hoosiers.
Right.
Like those gyms. But like that would be
The
awesome.
the old school rowing machine?
Would that not be cool though to have your own basketball court?
I guess.
Like that's like LeBron James style wealth.
Well,
except
you're busted LeBron.
you still have your own basketball court.
I know. But he's got like a modern one with like flat screen TVs and a bar. You got like creepy old one. It's like the old Celtics building.
Yeah, that's awesome. The old Boston Garden.
Yeah.
Parquet floor.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's cool. All right, so you can't turn it into a house. So then here's the question.
I guess you turn it into a bar restaurant, right?
But let's talk about that. 252 WCMF 252-9263 with School 25 for sale in the city. The city wants proposals. So you bring up bar restaurant.
Right.
Kimmy's famous Rochester economic stimulus idea. When in doubt,
Put a brewery in.
you got it. So I guess you could put a brewery in
But
it.
how many breweries can you support? I mean, you've got
Here we go.
You got too many, bro.
Here we go. You got too many. They keep building them and they keep opening them and they keep being successful.
But you know we're gonna hit a point.
A tipping point?
Yes. Over saturation. So like also North Goodman
Yeah.
getting kind of into this sketch zone.
So it looks like Bay and North Goodman. And look, I'm not as familiar with this neighborhood as other people, so I
It's
don't
a
know.
little sketchy.
When's the last time you were down there?
I used to go down that way.
When's the last? I know
I
that's
had
not,
in-laws down that way.
That's not the question I asked. The question is, I didn't say have you been down there. I said when's the last time you've been down
It's
there?
been years, but I doubt it got better.
When you say years, because years could be 2 years, years could be 25 years.
Now was that 25 years?
Could be.
I would say last time I was down there around 07, 08.
Okay, so it's been
Before I got divorced.
about 20 years.
Yeah. You think it got better?
I
there
have no
are
idea.
parts of the city that have gotten
Yeah,
better.
and some went worse.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We don't know for sure. We're
All
not
right.
familiar with the area.
I know at one time, not for me.
Not like now. Bro, you're afraid to go down to like Park Ave
I'm
now.
not going down to Park Ave. It's sketchy ass.
You in your gingham shirt.
Goddamn rental scooter pricks.
Shut up. So, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
There have also been breweries that have moved into neighborhoods, as you say, that are sketch or not for you. And that's what helps kick off the
Turn it around.
revitalization of the neighborhood. And I'll give you an example. Now, where Three Heads is on Atlantic Avenue, it was never like a bad neighborhood.
It's kind of just empty for a while, right?
Yeah.
Like just not a whole lot going on over there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Three Heads moving into that neighborhood, then all of a sudden kicked off a bunch of restaurants and other places moving across
it's
the
nicer.
street. Yes, and now it's like this whole little food, alcohol, entertainment area.
Yeah.
So, you know, the idea of putting a bar restaurant in this old school is not terrible if you want to talk about stimulating economic efforts. That being said, does the city of Rochester want to sell a school to put a bar in it?
Why not? I mean, I guess they just want to unload the goddamn thing.
Well, no, because if they just want to unload it, they would say it costs this much. Who
Yeah.
wants
They probably
it?
got to make it look like they're doing something. So any idiot that walks in there with a blueprint, yeah, that's
Well-
great, man. Conveyor belt sushi downtown.
That would actually probably
Yeah, no,
crush
seriously.
They already got one.
in Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah.
They probably just don't want, because we've had people make big promises on buildings
Oh, yeah.
around, especially downtown before,
Performing
and then it just sits empty. And eventually, people are, they have issues with the building. So I'm guessing they're maybe trying to prevent that by doing
Okay.
this up front.
That's a good theory.
I don't
but-
know if how much good it does, but maybe they're trying to take some steps to prevent over promises.
That is an interesting theory. But going back to the whole bar restaurant idea, I mean, a brewery in a school, this would not be the first one. Kimmy, what town?
Oh yeah, they turned that whole thing
Yeah, they-
into like a
Well, it's out.
party center.
Yeah.
So it was.
Party Center. Hey, why don't you hip it up at the Party Center this weekend? No, not that neighborhood. Not for me. I was there 18 years ago, and it was kind of scared. Also, I'm scared by gates.
I know it's out there a little ways, but it was K2.
Yes.
They also have another location. I don't know if that's Webster or Penfield. I don't know what.
Pepster
Pepster.
or Wenfield, whatever works for you.
But yeah, they bought that school. I can't think of what town
I
it's
know,
in.
but it's like half an hour away from
Yeah.
here, right? But
Yeah.
like they turned an old schoolhouse into a brewery, and they used every part of it: the gym, the
Yeah.
classrooms.
But you know what's
all
going
that
to go
stuff.
in there?
What?
Some lame ass business that nobody cares about.
Well, but okay.
It's going to be some,
But maybe
insurance
lame is
or
good.
architect firm or some BS that nobody cares about, or boring people go to work.
Plenty of parking.
But no, Kimmy's right.
I mean, maybe lame isn't a bad thing.
No,
as
I'm
long
just
as
saying
it
that's what's
fills the
probably gonna
building
happen.
and somebody's taking care of it, right?
Lame is stable,
Yes.
right? Like the
Lame people get things done.
Yes, the lamer the idea, the more you forget about it, right? There's a business in Gates that I used to drive by all the time when I was a kid, and I have no idea what they do, and it sounds boring as hell. But they've been there since I was a child, and
Yeah,
they're still in
but
business.
they make bank.
Exactly. To be fair, I don't know. It could be a money laundering scheme, but I'm saying the
But
building's been
it
there forever.
works.
252 WCMF. The city of Rochester is selling School 25, but they're not just putting it up for sale. It's on North Goodman. They want proposals to, quote, renovate the existing structure to stimulate economic efforts. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, good, Joe.
Hey, how about a Japanese steakhouse in the front, Japanese massage parlor in the back?
What would you call it?
Come, yum yum. Happy on both ends. You know what I'm saying? Nothing stimulates
Joe.
the economy.
Bye, Joe.
Oh.
That's not even a good one.
Oh.
Yeah, all of a sudden our brewery isn't looking so bad there, is it, buddy? No, I mean, I wonder if...
What?
Remember, we had that idea for Schoolhouse Nightclub?
Yeah, I think it's when we were talking about that other joint.
No, it was before that. We had the idea, and then we got mad because K2 kind of took our idea. But
okay.
it's not entirely our idea.
All right.
It's almost like a schoolhouse, like disco. Like
Yeah, our
just
initial-
constantly like dark in there with like lights flashing.
Yeah, our initial idea was like, it's like you make it a nightclub where you go meet people and you kind of get to relive the fantasy of like being
like
16,
prom
17, 18.
24/7.
Exactly. Yes, it's prom every weekend, right?
All
You
right.
show up and you go get after it and you have fun and you have that safe feeling again of like no responsibility of being a kid as long as you're inside the four walls of that building.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know.
So, like, you would go in there as an adult, but act like you're 16 again.
No, it's
Kinda
just
like you live in your high school days.
no. It's like going to like a pirate themed bar. You're not actually a pirate, but there's
I
like
understand
fun
that, but you're kind of reliving your youth.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
no,
saying
no, no. You said you'd walk in and be a teenager again.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I don't
Yeah.
think girls want to go to your goddamn creep high school
I would think
bar.
girls would want to go more than guys.
For what?
Well, you hate
Hands-on experience?
you hate all that like dressing up or like anything with a theme.
Yes, it sucks.
So why wouldn't she want to go?
Because
That's
creepy boys.
girl. What?
Creepy boys.
Oh. Well, you're gonna get creepy boys anywhere.
Yeah,
right?
I love how you say it like any other bars. Like these
Yeah.
are all
So true.
upstanding men, quality upstanding Pittsburgh men.
Young crew cuts.
Yeah, Taylors. How about the So I had a brilliant idea a couple years ago
What was that?
Kimmy thought was stupid. Scholastic Book Fair store.
What is that?
Oh, I didn't think that was stupid.
What is that?
I just
What does
don't,
that even
I just
mean?
feel like it's one of those things that people want to go see, but I don't know if they'd actually buy anything.
What's a scholastic bookstore?
You're far too old for this.
Yeah.
When Kimmy and I were kids.
It was like the greatest day
What is it?
in school.
A bookstore? It was a great day?
Well, it was a bookstore, but they had a bunch of other stuff that was just a money trap, like posters and like little toys and
here's-
trinkets.
So they did this at school? Like
Yes.
they opened up like a gift shop?
It was a traveling business
Oh.
called Scholastic Book Fair, and they would come and they would set up in like some alternate room in the school,
Yeah.
and they would have shelves and everything that were like metal, and they would move and roll and everything. So you would walk in, and all of a sudden it was just everything an elementary school kid could want. So you had the books, and you had like erasers and pencils and sports posters and little games
Oh,
and
okay.
like jewelry you could buy for your little 5th grade girlfriend, and it was the greatest day
Oh.
of the year.
And you wanted to open up one of these for adults?
Well, here's the thing. Like, everyone now is having these nostalgic
Oh,
memories
yeah.
of the Scholastic Book Fair.
Yeah.
Like, what you would do if you could walk through the Scholastic Book Fair one more time. And I'm telling you, man,
that would
24/7.
maybe a sitting Scholastic Book Fair wouldn't work, but I am confident that if someone were to open a traveling
shop?
yes, adult Scholastic Book Fair where you could now buy adult themed things that we could buy back in the Scholastic Book
Oh.
Fair, not adult themed like dildos, but you get what I'm saying.
I understand.
Like more
But it'd have to be like adult books. I mean, you couldn't
and like adult pencils, like posters, things
yeah.
like that. I would go to that. Like if a bar held a Scholastic Book Fair night where I could drink and go to the Scholastic Book Fair one more time, I'd be there immediately.
Oh.
You didn't have this when you were a kid?
No. We didn't have crap, man. School sucked.
Okay.
It was like a prison. You couldn't leave.
Shut
You
up.
couldn't laugh.
Shut up.
You couldn't talk. It just blew.
You're the only one that talks about school back in the day like
Because
that.
you know why? Because I'm telling you the truth, how it really was.
Yeah, you
I'm like Mike Wallace. I'm giving you the actual dirt.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
She's got to know who Mike Wallace.
Kimmy, who's Mike Wallace?
I feel like there are a few Mike Wallaces.
No, there was only one Mike Wallace.
Give her Mike.
I don't know what Mike Wallace you're talking about.
That was a good answer, though, to let us know you didn't know who Mike Wallace was, but not make yourself sound dumb. I'm not sure which Mike Wallace you're referring to.
What about one of those like hipster flea markets you all love?
But there's
go
so
to?
many of them now.
No, but this would be indoor year round.
That
It'd be
already exists.
What?
That already exists.
Where?
They do. I think the Lucky
Inside?
Flea does it all year round.
Oh. All right.
It already exists. No, but this would be
And there
like
are-
exactly
yeah.
what you saying, but not what I said.
I don't know. I don't go to junkyard sales like y'all do.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Mike writes us, by the way, we were talking about K2 Brewing opening up that brewery in a school. It was at Free Will Elementary in Walworth. Walworth. 252 WCMF, another school up for sale, School 25 Elementary School in the city. The city is not just selling it. They want proposals to renovate the existing structure to stimulate economic efforts. Michael's got an idea. He's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I think they should put a skate park in it.
Put a
Skate park?
There's already a skate park like 3 miles away from it.
You can never have too many skate parks.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell at the rock shop.
Burnout.
Damn right.
Wait, I mean, Mike, how would
Mike
you
the
put it?
burnout wants a skate park.
How would you put an indoor skate park in an elementary school? Those roofs are like 6 feet high.
Yeah, you'd hit your head.
You got the gymnasium. You can always raise the ceiling, do some renovations.
You
I'm
escape.
telling you, it would be a hit with all the shitty weather.
Whoa, Mike!
with the
Jeez,
mouth.
you curse like that down at the skate park?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, they do.
All right, Mike. Mike, you a skateboarder?
Yeah, it's big time.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. And you go to the one down in the city?
Yep. And then one just opened in Parrington. which is even closer to me, and I couldn't believe how many people were there on the opening day and that are still there, like more than a basketball court, more than a tennis
All right, let me
court.
stop you.
Your parents have got to be so proud.
You're not doing a joke voice right now, Michael. This is your real voice.
Yeah.
Okay, but
This is the impression Tommy would do if you told him do an impression of a skateboarder.
so how many indoor places are there for you to skateboard?
Besides
There's
your parents'
one,
house.
and it's called Breaking Free.
So there's only one. Maybe there
That's
is a
really
need
dusty.
for another indoor spot.
Okay.
You can't
Maybe
make
not in
any
a school,
money
though.
off of it.
Well, do they make money at Breaking Free, Michael?
You don't know.
They could use a little work. It's kind of old, and but yeah, I think they do all right.
All right.
Use
Well,
some work.
Mike, nice to touch you, buddy. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Skateboard
Thank you.
park.
Oh.
You're gonna get a
We're
bunch of.
taking all ideas here.
You're gonna get a bunch of broke 23-year-olds.
Yeah.
They got no
If
money.
they're there.
That's every
I mean,
bar in downtown.
yeah.
But they got no money.
Again.
You got to
what?
charge people. He ain't got it.
I will say, you know what? His mind probably went to like the Tony Hawk skating
Oh,
game
yeah.
where like you actually do go skate through buildings and stuff. Maybe he's
Oh.
got like, you know, that kind of school scene in his head.
Maybe Mike's got $1 million idea and you just don't see it, man. He sounds like if Matthew McConaughey got hit in the head. We got a dynamite what to do with the school kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We kind of already started bitching it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7:30 this morning. And today is the end of the road for a Rochester icon.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Tommy, he got his celebration started last night.
Yes, I did.
I can't believe you appointment watched that.
I know.
The entire 60 minutes.
Well, when it's hosted by
2
Mike.
drinks. It took me to get through.
What do you mean? You sat and watched it.
I know.
I know.
But what's interesting about the last day for Don Alhart, he's a king among kings because Rochester loves its news people, and we've
Yeah.
always loved our news people. We've
Yeah.
treated them like legitimate celebrities. We know Don is good
Yeah.
at what he does, but we don't know what being good, what makes you good at this job. Because if I were to look at you in the face and say, tell me what makes a good news anchor, you wouldn't be able to tell me.
Couldn't tell you.
We'll get into all of it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
The worst possible place to make this mistake at the worst possible time yesterday in Henrietta.
But it was a mistake.
Oh, my God, was it a
Okay,
mistake?
well, it was a mistake.
Tell that to the miles of traffic.
Oh, what happened?
Next to the break room on CMF. Normally when people make the news, if the allegations are true, they deserve it.
Yeah.
This is not one of these stories.
right.
This is an accident. It's a terrible accident, and it's literally the worst place to make this mistake at the worst possible time.
What happened?
Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people were inconvenienced by
10,000?
I guess. Like, I'm trying to think how many people go through this area because it's arguably one of the busiest spots of the greater Rochester area, especially during this time.
All right.
And everybody had to have hated this man.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we don't talk about the city of Geneva much,
Once in a while, but yeah, it's been a while.
even though all you folks out in Geneva can hear our voices.
It's a
Hello.
very unique city.
What do you
Geneva.
mean? What do you mean?
Very unique.
How so?
It's got castles.
Yeah, it does.
It's got beautiful, beautiful waterways.
What else does it have?
It's got a college.
Yeah.
And it's got a little on the sketch side.
Well, as we talk sketch side, there was an incident involving a whole bunch of teenagers on Saturday night.
On the sketch side.
Well, that's just it.
Sketch side drive.
On the sketch side.
I remember some kid found a gun one time going to school.
We'll tell you what.
Turns out it was his dad's.
We'll tell you what happened Saturday night involving 40 teenagers.
Oh, my
man.
God, this is no good.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, a dumpster delivery truck collided with the train bridge that goes over West Henrietta Road.
So he hit the bridge
with the dumpster truck.
So he didn't know the clearance, I'm guessing.
Well, I would guess that. I hope that's
Well, I
the
mean,
case.
did he just sort of hit-
Don't believe everything you read. Boom. Yeah, I don't think he knew.
I don't know. He
Well,
could have hit the side of the bridge.
Swiped it or something.
No, it sounds like he didn't clear it.
Okay.
So it happened around 2 o'clock, which might be the worst possible time for that to happen, in the worst possible place for that to happen in the entire greater
Where was
Rochester
it?
area.
Wait, 3?
West Henrietta. You know where Emil Subs is?
Yeah.
Popeyes.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
There.
yeah.
That bridge. The truck flipped on its side.
Ooh.
It was blocking all lanes of traffic. They had to clean the whole thing up.
Yeah.
And that area of West Henrietta during rush hour is the worst.
Yeah.
You now add a truck on its
Yeah.
side, blocking traffic. It spilled a bunch of stuff into other lanes.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you're
Look at the
screwed.
picture.
Big cleanup.
This poor sucker
Yeah.
that was driving this truck.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I have a question.
Sure.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because this affected traffic in that area for hours. And there's also the, I guess you would call it like the effect outside of the roads there, because people are trying to find alternate routes. Jefferson Road is also a nightmare around rush hour. You also have Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road that gets super busy. So all of these areas are now affected, right? To all you truck drivers that are listening, if you're in one of these trucks that crashes into a bridge, do you have to stay with the truck until the whole thing is cleaned up?
I guess so. It's your work truck. Where
Well, I
you
don't
going?
know. I mean, is it your truck? Do they make you leave? Do they bring in like another crew to like clean it up and you get to go home? Because if you have to stay with the truck, that person was getting the wrath of every furious driver that had to slowly navigate his mistake to get home from work, to get their kids to practice, to go find something for the family for dinner. Like, you're watching the faces of these people flipping out for just hours.
Yeah,
and
looking at your ass.
know it is all your fault.
Yes.
All of it is your fault.
Yeah. If it sucks.
And like that spot too, it's nothing. Not only is it going to be slow traffic because you slow down traffic, there's also a bunch of parking lots. Like a bunch of people pull in to get Amels and Mediterranean food,
Right.
and there's a Thai restaurant right over there. Golden Corral is right there.
Oh, the fatties.
BJ's is on the other side. You got Cole's Texas Roadhouse right there.
Man.
It is a hot middle of nowhere spot. The road itself is already not good. You got Delta Sonic right there that backs up
Oh, yeah.
traffic
Big
anyway.
Delta Sonic.
I cannot think, short of like middle of the can of worms, the old can of worms in rush hour, I can't think of a worse spot to do this.
Yeah, but you wouldn't stand right out there. You'd probably stand away from the action.
But you're still seeing
But you're
it.
going to wave at everybody
No,
like you're a
but
politician. I would
You're
go
still
hide
stuck there.
Where are you going to hide?
behind the cops.
Go hide.
I would. Well, first of all, you're going to have to talk to the cops, so you're going to tied up doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that's only going to take, bro.
First of all, I'm taking off. If I have anything on that says I drive a truck, I'm taking that off. The cap's coming off, the work shirt. I'm going to walk around in a T-shirt and jeans.
What do you tell you? What if you just have that T-shirt? Are you going to have your bare nipples exposed?
No, I probably got a T-shirt on.
Okay.
And I'm also going to just look aggravated.
Stupid bridge.
God damn it.
No, but everyone around you knows you did this. You can't fake look aggravated.
Yeah.
Everyone's, hey, dick, you did this. This is your fault. And
Well, I
it's,
guess you're screwed.
it's obviously a mistake. Like
And by the way,
Yeah.
that's just the beginning of your day, right? After all of that humiliation, you still got to go back to like the office, wherever this trucks are out of.
Yeah.
Coworkers, and then the the boss man is going to want to talk to your ass.
I'm guessing. I don't know exactly like what this guy's job was. But if that's like not your normal route, and let's say like you were taking a different route that day, or you were filling in for somebody's normal route, I would assume like you don't do this every day. So does that make it more embarrassing or less embarrassing?
That's a good question. I mean, it says it was a dumpster delivery truck. So maybe
Okay.
this is just a company that drops
Go
these
all over
Okay.
the place.
All
He
right.
drops these things off, so I don't know. Again, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. A dumpster delivery truck collided with the train bridge on West Henrietta Road in the area of Popeyes, Texas Roadhouse, just past between Jefferson.
The golden corner.
Yeah, it really is. Between Jefferson
Chow.
and Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road.
Yeah.
It is a nightmare area during rush hour. Bro, this thing was affecting traffic up until 6, 7 o'clock last night.
Holy Christ.
My sister calls me. She's stuck in traffic. She goes, "Do you know what's going on?" Yeah, dumpster.
You always paint such a beautiful picture of your sister.
I was doing an impression of my family.
I never make fun of your sisters, ever.
Who said I was making fun? That's what she sounds like. What are you trying to say?
What does she sound like? I may hear it again.
Dad, what's going on with the
I
dad?
stand corrected, yes. That's a beautiful voice to come out of a woman.
What makes it even worse?
What is it?
So not only did you affect the traffic at that time,
Yeah.
right? Not only did you affect the ability for these businesses to operate,
All right.
they have to come out and make sure the bridge for the railroad is still okay.
Oh, yeah, they got to check that.
Is it CSX? They had to go out and do an investigation last night, too, or hopefully this morning. I mean,
Holy
do you shut
Christ.
down the train
Man,
bridge?
you really effed up.
Like, sir, you could not have affected more
yeah,
things in a negative way.
trains, planes,
right?
and automobiles.
Ay, ay, ay. All right, so if you're stuck in traffic, because the only good part about being stuck at this point of West Henrietta Road is Henrietta has so many alternate routes, you have a way to get out.
Kinda, but you got to get to them.
What do you
You know
mean?
what I mean? It's very like, I don't know my way around those side streets.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right, well, like, look, if you're coming from Brighton, you could peel off into Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road left or right. That can get you around that area. If you're coming from going towards Brighton, you can pull Jefferson if the traffic's that bad. You can pull into one of those plazas, loop back around, take
All
it
right.
that way. Here's my question, because it sounds like my sister when she was calling me. Hey, what's going on? You remember that one?
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Ew.
Right? This is
It was-
beautiful.
I think it just came out of nowhere, so it was a little strange.
You can't win in this room, I swear to God.
No, you can't.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
You should know that by now.
What's she doing later? I lost my train of thought. 'cause that was so
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
she's
you
beautiful.
peel out through Emil's parking lot.
Mules.
Emule.
Emil.
That's his someplace. Emil's parking or some. Damn it. How long do you guys have to sit in traffic before you start to consider an alternate route?
Well, if you're stuck where I got to back up and pull a move,
Well, no. Let's say you're inching forward. And you've been doing it for
yeah, I'm looking for an out.
10 minutes.
Immediately, I'm
Oh,
looking for
right
an
away
out.
you're doing it.
Yeah, because you
Really?
don't you're screwed. I'm just getting. Once I see more and more like,
Back up.
no, I'm talking about like, people coming to help this guy. You know, cops, fire truck.
Okay, but here's the thing. My sister called me at 6 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
The accident happened at 2. So there wouldn't be cops coming. You're just waiting to see what you're getting to. She had
God,
no
yeah.
idea.
I probably would wait it out unless I have to be somewhere by a specific time.
So you're gonna,
Like if I am on my way to like work or somewhere that I like an appointment or something, I'm definitely immediately looking for another route. But if I'm on my way like home or to somebody's, I'm probably just waiting it out, because you see sometimes people will try to find another way and then it ends up just, not saving them all that much time.
But at least you're moving.
Yeah.
At least you're still moving.
Yeah. But
'Cause
then, like, I always hate, too, like, when my wife and I are in the car together, she go, oh, get in that lane, it's going quicker. Then it's like, they don't move any. I get in that lane, now that one's slow, and the car I was ahead of is now passing me.
Why don't they make the whole plane out of the black box, too?
Drives me nuts.
You open the box, no grapes, no nuts. I don't get no respect. Beautiful. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Dumpster delivery truck collides with the train bridge on West Henrietta Road between Brighton Henrietta Town Line and Jefferson. It messed up traffic for hours last night. It's one of the busiest spots during rush hour. That road is so narrow already. It sucks just driving it. I cannot imagine the fury that poor driver was facing from folks driving by him. Rob is on CMF. Hey, Rob, how are you, buddy?
Good, how about you?
Good, Rob. What you got?
Well, I know that usually when you get in a wreck with a CDL vehicle, obviously they can't go anywhere, so they wreck your vehicle.
We got that.
But usually they haul you away for a drug test immediately after that.
Oh, so you don't have to sit there and soak in your own mistake.
No, instead you get to go and pee in a cup.
All right. Well, if you're not taking drugs and it was just an honest mistake, then you're okay. I feel better now, Rob. I feel better for that guy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much protocol because it's a federal, deal there.
All right. Well, Rob, thank you for all the entertaining information, buddy. We appreciate it.
Anytime, buddy.
All right. There goes Rob. I was going to get back to work now.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, okay, but if you got to go immediately take a drug test, who picks you up? Does your boss have to come pick you up? Or, like, how do you get?
Oh no, my boss is going to come pick me up after
He
I
is pissed. You just cost him maybe $200,000.
And how do they get there if there's? I don't know. I feel like you'd still have to wait around for.
Walk over to Andy's Candies in the Southtown Plaza.
Well, it sounds like they take you off someplace and do a drug test, but
they make you pee right there on the side of the road, and you can't hide. You got to take your penis out.
And then you get arrested for exposure. Yeah, you can't win.
Well, you want to talk about arrests? There was no arrest made, at least as of now, in that accident last night. There's also no arrest made in this story, despite the bedlam that authorities say they stumbled upon Saturday night.
Sounds like there was a party.
No, not a party.
Was it a party?
No, something maybe worse. Now that you bring it up, I don't know which one is worse, because there are lots of folks that are pearl clutching over this, and I get it. It's not something you want to see in your town, but this is not new. In fact, this is something that has been going on with every teenage generation since like the mid 1800s.
Oh, wow.
And we'll tell you what went down next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This sounds right out of some movie from the 1950s.
Oh, what happened?
There's a rumble at the edge of town, and all the coolest cats are going to be there.
Was it choreographed?
It might have been. Look, it's understandable people are concerned about what happened here, but it isn't something exclusive to this generation.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And tonight is the end of an era for an icon. And we know this guy is good at what he does. He's beloved for it. But do we know why he's good at what he does?
Oh.
And what makes people that are good at this good at what they do? We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tomorrow you can hang out with, I would call him an icon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be hanging out at Three Heads Brewing from 5 to 7 for a Father's Day happy hour.
Wait, you're missing an icon. Oh.
Not only am I going to be hanging out.
Oh, boy.
You got your chance to win a Father's Day gift pack from Omaha Steaks. One lucky winner is going to walk away with a box filled with 2 butcher cut filet mignon, 2 butcher cut top sirloins, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 caramel apple tartlets, 4 pure ground filet mignon burgers, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 1 gourmet steakhouse fries, 1 Omaha steak seasoning, and 4 Omaha steak burgers. That's right.
Man.
I know.
So
and
I could win that tomorrow just by going there.
win that tomorrow, hanging out with me at Three Heads. Not only that,
All right, so there is a catch.
Freddy's Wood-Fire Food Truck is going to be creating amazing wood-fired pizzas with the Omaha
This
Steak
is going to be
products.
cool. That's a great idea, man.
Yeah.
So you could get a Philly cheesesteak pizza.
Cheesesteak pizza made with the steak coming from the Omaha Steak. A Gorgonzola burger pizza.
That's going to be the man.
Yeah.
That's made with the burgers that come.
That's dangerous.
And they're doing a chicken Caesar pizza with the chicken that comes there. Also,
You're going to have a crowd, Pat. Have you been practicing?
Well, yeah, because we told them you're not coming. Don't forget
Maybe
to
I
visit.
will come down there tomorrow night.
No, nobody's coming. Don't forget to visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Duffy at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. All of that happens tomorrow. Three Heads, 5 to 7 happy hour with Freddy's Wood-Fired Pizza and 96.5 WCMF. A story coming to us from the city of Geneva.
What happened?
Saturday night, police were called to an incident in the area of Union Street around midnight. When they got there, authorities say they found over 40 juveniles involved in a fight.
Okay, a rumble.
40.
Yeah.
The police presence, they say, sent them scattering. Unfortunately, there was someone who had to be taken to the hospital with a head injury, along with someone else who was hospitalized for what they're calling non-disclosed injuries. The chief of police out in Geneva says this was an isolated incident and there is no further threat to the community. However, the police department does want anyone with any information to contact them.
Yeah.
And in the story that's in the Finger Lakes Daily News, there are no reports of any arrest at this moment. People in Geneva, Tommy, do not like this.
Yeah.
They don't like it. Folks are scared. Folks are angry. Folks are looking for answers as to why something like this could happen. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
This isn't something you would want to happen where you live.
No.
But they're like going after like this generation again. Like these damn kids, they have no respect. This isn't something you can say is exclusive to this generation, right?
No.
Okay. Because did every generation have their big-ass number rumbles?
Probably.
Yeah, there are movies made about it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, okay.
Musicals, West Side Story
Yes.
based on a rumble.
You're right. Like
Gangs
the
and-
Warriors,
Yeah.
the Outsiders,
Yeah.
every James Dean movie you've ever seen. Like half of those movies, too.
Teenagers Gone Wild.
Yes, like the 50s and the 60s. Like those fights, they had it seemed like an endless amount of kids showed up full of testosterone and they had
Bringing
bad
weapons.
intentions. Well, that's just it. That's just it. The good news from this 40-teen fight is there are no reports of any weapons.
All right.
No one was killed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not to make it sound like they used some old-timey Queensbury rules, but no kid pulled out a gun and made this a tragedy. So how are we supposed to feel about this? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it alarming?
I think there's always going to be a fear of teenagers.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
always, forever, right?
Teens Gone Wild. That's what it is.
Anytime people see a group of teenagers walking around, they just think like they're up to no good.
Okay, but in this case, they were actually up to no good.
No,
Yeah.
I understand.
There was a 40 teenager fight.
But that's
mean, it
in
could
your life when you
escalate.
make the dumbest decisions, and that's never going to go away.
But like it could escalate, right?
Yeah.
If somebody breaks something out and then you got a tragedy on your hands.
Sure,
It
sure.
just happened over the weekend in Akron.
Yeah.
There was a street party. 25 people got shot. I've never heard of a number like that at one party.
Yeah.
But they figured it could have been a few hundred people partying and, stuff gets said.
Okay, so in this specific case then, out in Geneva, you got 40 juveniles, according to police. They're in this rumble at the edge of town, right? How do you feel about this? Does it bother you, or is this just par for the course teenage stuff?
I mean, it doesn't bother me because it's not around me.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Well, I think that's a lot of people's view, though,
Right.
right?
It sounds like it's
Didn't
a
happen in
rough
my
area
town.
town with rough ass kids.
But you know nothing about Geneva.
I do.
It could be. It could be a rough area.
I
town.
don't. But that my picture already goes to a poor section of town.
Okay.
And kids with nothing to do got into a fight. So it doesn't affect me at all.
Okay. So
You know what I mean?
all right, let me rephrase this then. Let's say on the other end of the canal, down by one of the 15 gazebos, there's a 40-person Pittsford teenager fight, which actually would be catered.
Oh, yeah. It'd be a catered event
when it's
with
done-
fire pits.
When it's done, you need to bring all the Tupperware back. If this happened in Pittsford, would it concern you?
Oh, it would shut down the city.
No, I'm asking would it concern
Yes.
you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it shows like it's a dangerous area now. I can't be comfortable with my wife and I taking a walk or going out to dinner without jackasses ruining it.
See, I don't know if teenage rumble makes that place dangerous.
Oh, it sure as hell does,
They-
man. Some people fighting would be dangerous.
Okay, so I told you this story before, and I'll tell it again. 252 WCMF, we're talking about this 40 juvenile fight that was happening in the city of Geneva Saturday night. Authorities say one person went to the hospital with a head injury, another with non-disclosed injuries. They say it's an isolated incident, no further threat to the community. However, anyone with information, they need to contact the police department. When I was 16, 17, me and my buddies that I went to Aquinas with, one of my buddies had a problem with some dude that was out in Spencerport.
Okay.
And, like tensions, they rise, and we're like on the phone with each other. Oh, I'm going to kick your ass. No, I'm going to kick your ass. So,
what happened?
But did you have to ask their mom if they were there first? Hi, is John there?
no, we all had cell phones. Well, they had cell phones. I had cell phones.
Was this your church rumble?
Yes, it is. So, kids like, well, you tell us where to meet you. We're like, all right, why don't you come down? My buddy lived around the corner from St. Helens Church in Gates. Meet us at St. Helens Church in Gates in midnight.
You had a spot picked out.
We were ready to roll.
Right in front of the Lord.
Big ass parking lot, right? So they rolled up like 25 kids deep.
Yeah.
Like, I won't forget, because we only had like 7 guys, but like we didn't think they were actually going to come. So and we're watching these cars roll in like it's the Pope, right? And we're like, oh no, we've made a mistake. So they all get out of the car, and it was a 30-kid rumble in the parking lot of St. Helens Church at midnight on a Friday night. And then somebody in that neighborhood must have called the cops. So the cops show up, and we all take off running, and I'm hiding underneath some steps until the cops leave so I don't get in trouble, right? But the point I'm making is the parking lot of St. Helens Church wasn't dangerous. It was just the spot we all decided we were going to fight.
No, but as soon as like people hear that, they think now that's a dangerous spot,
and that's wrong.
And look what and churches attendance has declined since that happened.
Our St. Helens rumble.
Yeah, look, Catholics are having a hard time drawing. Even the Pope's not even selling out anymore.
Well, like here's the thing: plenty of Pope tickets available.
Yeah.
Look, I get that you don't understand this. No,
well, he was there. He was just hiding.
Tommy, you trying?
No, I'm not trying to. Are we talking? Are we having a real conversation?
No, we're not. I already saw the hand.
What?
You did sissy hand.
What? I'm not telling you.
As soon as you do this, I know I'm in trouble.
Those are your hands.
Yes, you're doing my hand. So go ahead.
Have you ever been in a fight?
I've been beat up.
That's not a quote. Okay, but you've never like, hey, I'll kick your ass. And I'll kick your ass.
Right. Every fight I've been in wasn't my fight.
But did you start it?
No.
Okay. Well, you seem like the guy that starts it for their bigger friends. You know what I mean?
I've run my mouth, but that never led to fights. Every fight I ever had was a work fight that I wasn't personally involved in.
I also believe that too.
No, a lot going on in the snake pit.
No, but we were all buddies. We were all cool, man, in the snake pit. It was all about the ladies.
The point I'm making is, I would guess the majority of men have, at some point in their youth, been involved in something like this.
Yeah, and it could have gone wrong.
And I get that
you were there to back up a buddy just in case.
And you're right, it all could have gone wrong. And again, I don't fault the people in Geneva for feeling uneasy about this.
Right.
But I also, we do have to point out, because you've never been in that situation before, I get where you look at this and oh my God, this is scary. Oh no, what could happen? If you've been in it, man, maybe you understand that it's not as bad as
Okay, gangs of New York.
I'm just saying. I got my church parking lot rumble. What you got, bro? That's a great movie, by the way.
Do you also think there are some guys that are drawn to that? If there's
guys.
A bar or an area with a certain reputation, where this has happened before, I think that there are guys that will go there. They'll say not to be a part of it, but they also want to be involved. I'll be there to, even things out if things get out of hand. I'll be there to tell those kids to get out.
Oh, you're talking about like older folks that want to make sure the neighborhood
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
safe.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. The neighborhood watch type.
Yeah. Every level of douchebag will show up for these things.
But that also kind of escalates the situation too. I don't know.
But again, it doesn't hurt. Like, because here's the thing: if we were like just using my personal story as an example, right? Like, if we were to roll out of that house, warrior style, 3 Coke bottles, tapping our fingers together, right? And there was like some old man with a dog standing in the middle of that parking lot. We ain't fighting there, right?
True.
So it works.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you're kind of a douche for being that guy, but it does work. Like, how are you supposed to punish your kid if you found out they were involved in something like this?
But you got to punish them.
You do?
Well, yeah.
There are parents who believe that stuff like this is a part of growing up.
What if he gets arrested?
There are parents who believe that's okay as long as you're learning to physically stand up for yourself.
Is it?
I'm asking
Like,
you.
is a police record really worth some stupid argument?
I don't know. I mean, there are folks who now believe that just because you have a police record doesn't make you a bad
Don't just
person.
stand up for yourself.
Well, I mean, look, I'm serious, man. We all know those parents, you know. Sure,
Yeah.
yeah. I'd rather him be arrested than end up, some kind of injured. I want him to stand up and not hurt anyone.
So let's say you're okay with your kid doing this.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were like fine with that until he gets hurt. And then you had to explain to your wife, we're going down to the emergency room now because you supported this.
Okay, so I think there's
Good luck with that.
There's a distinction to be made here. I don't think any parent would be excited for their kid to go do this. Like, you're going to stop your kid from doing it. I'm saying after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
The cops come home with the kid. He was fighting. We caught him in this parking lot doing it. That's what I mean.
Are you pissed?
Are you punishing the kid? Do you think that's just a part of growing up?
I think you got to punish him. Maybe it is part of growing up and if it works out okay, but you got to punish the kid.
All right,
Maybe you punish them for, I'm assuming they lied to you about where they were. Maybe like that's how you work the punishment in.
Yeah, but I mean, what if the kid's got a story to tell you?
But so I had a nephew that went down this path.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in a really bad way.
Okay.
And they kind of went with that boys being boys. Cops used to bring him home, and he was whole high school stuff, and it never changed. And now I don't even know where the kid is, and he's 50.
Was he in Geneva on Saturday night?
He may have been.
Hey, boys, I've been through a rumble or two. Let me show you how this is done.
But that's what happens.
But
It could go that bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I
Look,
mean, not every kid's going to go down that path, but it could go down that path.
and look here, again, I don't know what the answer is here. Because you don't want 40 juveniles fighting on a street corner in
Right.
whatever town or city it's in. But at the same time,
It's part of growing up.
It could happen
might
anywhere,
be.
is what you're saying?
I don't know.
Oh, by the way, you're just saying it's boys. What if it's girls?
Oh, you're right. Would that bother you more?
Yeah.
Why?
Because a girl could really get hurt or worse.
Girl on girl action? Fighting.
Yeah.
I
Way to
didn't
go.
Now I know
know
who's showing up.
I
Hello,
was
young
so-
people.
boy
I'm
on
just
boy
walking my
action.
dog.
She's beautiful.
If I Why are you getting? He is very aggressive this morning. After we were like, "You've never been in a fight." No.
Well, you're just thinking you and your pudgy friends. It could be girls and, God knows.
I mean, I've seen.
By the way,
some
it could be
bad girl
teenagers.
fights.
And when you say underage, you could have a 15-year-old in there and you could have a 19-year-old
Yeah.
in there.
You're right.
That's not a fair fight, man.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the size, like we were
Right.
talking about yesterday. Like you, there is no fair fight for you. I'm just saying, man. I don't know why you're getting so butthurt this morning. Oh, my butt hurts so bad.
Why,
It's
because
true.
some girls pounding my ass? Yeah. No, with a fight.
Thank you. Thank you
That
for
kind of
taking-
pounding.
We're gonna take a break.
A nice pounding.
It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I've already taken a pounding this morning.
Again, can we try new phrase? Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And tonight is the end of the line for an icon.
Oh, yeah.
And he's beloved, he's revered, he's great at his job. But you can't tell me why he's great at his job. And I'm not saying he's not, he is. But like for him and all the people that do these jobs that we stand back and go, wow, they're great at this.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You don't see this run in most jobs, let alone jobs like this.
Oh, yeah.
A man who Rochester trusted, a man who he looked at as a celebrity, but only because he was a guy who it seems didn't want to be that celebrity.
Yeah.
You never heard a bad word about the guy. And tonight, we say goodbye to a legend.
Class act, Pat.
In a town that loves its news people. Someone who will never see do something like this ever again.
Wow, yeah.
You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that, but there's another big event happening today.
What's going on?
Well, it's Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid or let the audience know that he was going to wear his new Spanish crocodile shoes
yeah.
today.
Where are the Crocs?
Rain delay.
Oh.
We got storms a brewing.
And he wouldn't wear them because there was rain coming.
Well, you don't want crocodile skin to get wet.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
I don't know. Maybe somebody in this room is dressed like one of those personal trainers that only trains people out in the park, like in the middle of the day. And as soon as the cops come around, he disappears for a while for his cigarette break.
Just wearing a black T-shirt and a hat.
You look like creepy personal outdoor trainer guy.
What am I
like
wearing?
you're marching fat women around a tree.
Dear God. I'm just wearing it. All right, we take all your bitch voices.
Get your knees up.
I don't know if that was a bitch voice.
It wasn't.
That was just an insult.
Bitch.
Would you just take a day off today? We run back all your bitch voices. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Well, I'm not a big
person.
beer guy. Like I can have.
Oh, no. You don't like beer?
I can only drink
oh,
a
no.
beer.
Is it going to give you gut?
Yeah,
You beer? Stop it. I won't drink man beer because I don't want to
Man
get
beer.
sad because I'm a scared little beer bitch-ass bitch.
I used to go out to the Cape Cod to see my brother all the time on the 4th of July.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to do a story about dirt bikes. When I was coming up, I couldn't afford a dirt bike or anything else, so I just had to run my fat ass up and down the street, and the cops didn't even care because I was just a fat little boy with no dirt bike riding little bitch. I remember when I got to drive a Corvette.
Ooh.
And it was like the coolest thing in the world. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I just found out that I'm a young dad. I'm not going to live very long because I spent half my life being fat and I'm going to spend the other half being a dad. So I'm double dead by 40.
Double dead?
You double dead.
Dear
Because I'm
God.
just a dad-loving little bitch.
It gives me 2 more years, man.
So, you know, my old man owned a TV station down in Florida.
Ooh.
We have established I was rich.
The,
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I grew up so poor. I had to stay home alone. Nobody cared. They'd come home and be disappointed when they'd find me again because I was just a lonely, poor little fat boy, bitch.
That wasn't even funny. That was just hurtful.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Tonight
What's tonight?
is the final broadcast for Don Elhart.
It's amazing.
He started at 13, 1966, 2 days after he graduated from Ithaca. He retires at 80 years old this evening. And Tommy's seen Rochester through everything, from mob wars to serial killers to ice storms to the arrival of Tommy Muley, the biggest tragedy, and beyond. I mean, you watched his special last night.
I did.
They ran at 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
and they were touching on, like, the big news stories
Yeah.
that he covered. Have either of you, we work in this business, right?
Yeah.
We know a lot of folks that are on TV, no big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever heard anyone say a bad word about Don Elhart?
No.
No.
No. He's like even keeled, steady Eddie. You know what you're getting with him.
And
it doesn't change.
And I'm talking about even personally,
Yeah.
like behind the scenes.
He's
Yeah.
very regimented.
You watch the special, now you're gonna be Don
I know.
Elhart expert.
I know.
Yes, I am.
And I just want to point out too
What?
how remarkable that is, because everybody who works in media, whether it's TV, whether it's radio,
Yep.
whether it's newspaper, we're all gossipy bitches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
And
we-
trash each other.
Yes, and we will find something to say nasty.
You'll trash your own coworkers.
100%. You
And
hear
I've-
this show.
yeah.
I mean, for God's sake. So for us to have been in this business as long as we have, Tommy
Yeah.
especially, and never heard anyone say a
No.
bad word about Don Elhart it's unheard of.
Yeah.
All right. But what might be the most amazing part about Don Elhart?
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, Rochester loves its news people. We treat them like legitimate celebrities.
And they hang for a long time, obviously.
Well, Tommy, your Gabe Dalmas, your Bill
Yeah.
Petersons, your Janet
Funky went
Lomaxes.
long.
Yeah, Funky. Bro, at least two television personalities in Rochester, anchors, have been elected to office. Maggie
yeah.
Brooks and Rich Funky.
Oh, I forgot about Maggie Brooks.
She
right,
was
yeah.
a news anchor
Yeah.
back in the day. Did you know that?
I did not know
Yeah.
that.
If you have a job long enough where people recognize you, you will live forever in this town. Like if you're on the news long enough where people go, "Oh, I watched you on the news,"
Yeah.
you will be a legend forever.
Yeah.
Don has the most fans of all of the people we just
Oh,
named,
yeah.
right? Let me ask you a question. Is it because he was the best at what he did, or is it because he's the one that went the longest? Like if you were to have an anchor off amongst your legends, your Janet Lomaxes, your Jenny Ryans, your Gabe Dalmas, your Rich Funkies, your who Maggie Brookses is, who everyone else, would Don be the most talented of them?
No. I mean, they all had their
Oh,
talent.
so he's not talented.
He's talented.
So Don Alharton is not a talented anchor, is what you're saying. Hold on, I got to text Don. Text Don. Hey,
ahead.
Don.
Oh, wow, wow.
But his
Hey, Don. I just got your number from somebody else. I've never talked to you once in my life. Honor, congratulations on your retirement. Tommy says you suck.
But his name sticks with generations of people, and most of those other names don't have that.
But that's
You know
good.
what I mean?
But he's been around the most
That's
generations.
what I mean.
But he also
like,
looks the part. I mean, like, if you were going to talk about a guy that was going to be a news anchor in this town, he looks like he walked out of Hollywood. When you see those old pictures of him,
Okay.
he's anchor man.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
sure.
Like, even the other guy that he worked with, Dick, I forgot his name. He had like the loud jackets. He just looked like those guys out of the 70s. They just looked the part.
All right, so
I don't think you can put a finger on it. I think he's
just he's in his own.
He's the sum of his
bracket.
parts.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like he's a class act. He never pisses people off. He's even tempered. You never see him. He's kind of boring,
okay.
which is good for that job.
Well, no, I mean you would think
You want a boring guy explaining to you the news, not being like some chuckle ass.
Yeah.
Because there's some guys, but
Chuckle
like
ass,
Well, he
actually
doesn't
worked
make
with
it about himself.
right, like
Yeah.
you can see some of these sports guys and some of these other guys, they turn into chuckle asses because they're always going for the joke.
some of these sports guys, like who, for example?
I don't want to. You gotta ask yourself. You know what I mean? No, like he's not trying to entertain you.
I understand.
He's trying to inform you, and I think that's the old school difference.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? Like you said all those things, and
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but you still can't put a finger on what makes someone a good news anchor because they used to call Cronkite the most trusted man in the
Right.
media, right?
Yeah.
So trust plays a part. Phone number is 252-WCMF. How do you know someone is good at being a news anchor? What makes you trust Adam Chodak or Nikki Rudd or Matt Malloy right now? What did Don Alhart do throughout his career where you looked at him as a trustworthy man? It's because he looked like your dad and your grandpa?
He looked like that guy, but I also didn't know his opinions.
Okay.
Like I don't know his opinions on politics.
Okay.
Or the state of the city or anything else. He's that guy that I don't know what's behind him.
Straightforward. Direct.
I don't know what's behind him.
No.
I don't know if he's any of those things.
Okay.
I just know that he's just there delivering me the news steady.
So you want plain and boring.
I think that's what he brought to the picture.
Okay.
Like he respected the process. And he wasn't trying to like overplay it or underplay it.
You may view it differently depending on your age because I think people see people that are older than them doing the news, and for whatever reason, you trust them more than if there was somebody 10 years younger than you doing the news.
That's a great point.
Right?
That's a great point.
It just knowing nothing about that person, if you saw somebody that was 20 years younger than you doing, anchoring the news, you may, for whatever reason, not trust that person,
Yeah,
or
you're-
think like you don't have time. You haven't done the time yet to be that trusted source.
Tommy, I mean, not to be a dick, you're older than every person that anchors the news in this town now.
Yeah. And I kind of aged with Don.
You've aged with him so much.
I already forgot about it. But.
We'll never forget you, Dom.
But I don't, like I said, I'm like you when I watch the news. I don't really want their opinions. I don't want to know what your favorite team is, and I don't care what your kid did yesterday. I just want the news. And that's what I like about him.
Okay. No, see, but here's the thing. I don't believe you.
I know,
think
I
you
know.
do.
I hate-
I
You
think
love-
you want to
you
know
love
their,
the
I think you want to know
gossip.
their favorite team. I think you want to know what
I
they did over
hate
the
when
weekend.
they do that
Then how
stuff.
come you come in and talk
They
about
were
it?
making
Because it
jokes.
pisses me off.
That's a lie, man. Because
Yeah.
if they didn't do it,
You watch it for that reason.
Yes, you
Well, there are people. See, now I'm going to say bad things.
No, you don't have to say who we're talking about.
Oh, no, but as soon as I say it, you're going to know who I'm saying.
No. Okay, well, be vague, you idiot.
Some of these people, their personalities is so annoying, but it is funny.
But it's annoying to you. Other people look at that and they
Bro.
love it.
And by the way, you say you find it annoying, yet you still there are other there are other news stations
I do
you
watch.
can turn to.
I do watch one news outlet because I find it comical.
Okay.
and I do laugh, and I'm informed. So maybe that's an hour well spent. If I can laugh and pray in 30 minutes, that's a good newscast.
252 WCMF. Tonight, the final broadcast of Don Alhart. Again, he started in 1966, 2 days after he graduated from Ithaca.
And you're never going to see this again.
Yeah, you're right. It's just...
The business is not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way anymore. 252 WCMF. We're trying to put our finger on what makes him the greatest anchor in the history of Rochester news. Is he the greatest anchor in the history of Rochester
steady.
news? He is. And look, I'm not trying to take anything away from the guy. I think he is. But I can't tell you why.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to figure out here. Like, if we were going to audition, I would think about this before we go to the phones. If tonight, you, me, and Kimmy were going to walk in after he leaves, and all right, you're auditioning for the show, what tips do they give us to be good news anchors? Think about it. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Is Tommy the only person who watches the news?
Yes.
I mean, this is crazy. Mule, you sit around watching the news just so you can hate on a person?
Yes.
He does do this, yes.
Yes, I do.
Good on you. Do your thing. Listen, I don't know what makes Don great. I think it's just time. But what I can give you is my opinion on what makes other people not great. If you're reading a prompter and it's slow and you can't even come up with your own words to fill time, dear Lord, why are you on TV? If I'm watching your broadcast and the cameras can't keep up with the person who's speaking, I mean, come on. Give me a break. Go do something else. Go be on 95.1 or something. I don't know.
He's just taking out all colors.
Why you got to
today.
hurt, Brother Weed?
He's hurt himself.
Yeah, I guess
I really just think it's time for Don because I'll be 49 this year, and I've never known a day without him. I really think that's the reason.
Okay. Until tomorrow, if you want to be really depressed. I've never known a day without him till Friday, and it's all done. It's all done. It's over, Jeremy. It's over.
Oh, coming down there. Can I step backwards for just 1 second? Hilton High School, 1990. Skaters versus the Headbangers. We tell everyone. Unfortunately, all the security guards are listening, so they call the cops, and it never goes down. We were such idiots back then. Not that much has changed because I'm an idiot now.
You know what happened?
Bye, Dick.
Don Alhart was outside of that school with a microphone. Tonight, idiots tell security guards fight is happening. Are you going to say something? I'm sorry.
No.
Joe, go ahead.
Well, so Jeremy says it bothers him when, the person can't read the teleprompter or, they stumble maybe. But, don't all those anchors go through that at some point in their career? I'd imagine, you don't just jump in and you're an expert at it, right? That comes with time, I would think, and
right.
being comfortable.
Yeah, look at Don Alhart's first day.
Yeah, I wonder if you looked back on it.
He was
what
a
it would
kid.
sound
He was a
like.
raw kid.
But what if he's great? What if you go back and watch that broadcast and you're like, damn.
That would be impressed.
Yeah, I would be impressed.
So I had asked you guys, what tips would you give someone to be a good news anchor? If we were going to sit down tonight,
But you can't be Don because they don't want that anymore.
How do you know?
Because
How
it's
do you
way
know?
more. Because it's more entertainment than it is news.
Our bright spot tonight, Tommy's dead. No, look.
I don't think you could go and be another Don. He's a dinosaur. He's the industry's changed. And I don't mean, listen, man.
You're saying
dinosaurs had a good run.
You do such a bad job of honoring people. You call them the
I
wrong
also
name.
want to point out that you are the dinosaur.
Yes.
There will never be another, you and a handful of other people, nobody will ever have those types of careers just based on the way the industry's changed,
Yes.
right?
I can agree on that.
But we can't even call you the Don Alhart of radio because he's got talent. He's gotten promoted. People revere him.
But you can't even look at him and go, well, you got to be like that guy. You won't get hired.
You don't think so? Because there's a new...
You can't be that stiff anymore.
I don't think he's stiff.
He's very stiff, but that's what they wanted. They didn't want a joke in the chair. They wanted a conservative acting man that just told you the news. I would funny to watch what your daughters would think watching that person. They would just see some old guy.
Yeah, but that's
they wouldn't be entertained by that.
But here's the thing: I was never to your point. I was never entertained by Don Alhart. I just looked at him as someone that I cared about, and I don't know why. It's the weirdest thing. It's like borderline Stockholm syndrome.
But he was
I love you, and I can't tell you I love you.
But he's like a trusted friend. He's that one person in your life you can always count on, right?
Okay.
He's like that one.
Not going to disappoint you.
Good relative that's always there for you. That's what that guy is. The one teacher you liked.
We got Facebook messages coming in as we're trying to figure out what makes a good news anchor. Why
Don, man.
Why people love Dan Alhart. Because we do love him.
Yeah.
But if you ask someone, put a finger on it, It's hard. Brian writes this. Guys like Don Alhart were so popular because they were what you imagine they were. They didn't have personal stories. They didn't have Instagrams. You didn't see their interest. You got to mold those people to the kind of person you wanted them to be. But that's not necessarily true either. And I know he's kind of going down your road, but I know that Don Alhart likes to vacation in Aruba because he posts a pic of himself in a Hawaiian shirt in Aruba on Twitter every year.
Yeah.
He does have that stuff. I know what his wife looks like because he posts pictures of them doing things together.
Now I'm really getting disturbed.
Okay, you know what
I know where he lives.
I do, because he did.
I know when he goes out for his mail.
That I don't know yet.
Do you think that things like social media and being able to kind of connect to people on TV on a personal level helps or hurts that image of your news anchor?
I think it depends on if you agree with what that person is saying. I think it depends on if you have the same hobbies.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm thinking, like, you may see them with their family, their kids, what their hobbies that they enjoy. I don't know if that makes a deeper connection or if you now feel like, not that they're not trustworthy, but they're just like me and, I couldn't do the news.
I think that if they're like you, and you have the same hobbies, you are more likely
drawn to that person.
Let me give an example.
More relatable.
Yeah. Let me give an example because Matt Malloy is now the lead anchor on 13 Women. He does a phenomenal job, and we know Matt personally. He's co-hosted the show here. He's hilarious, right? And I follow Matt on all social media platforms. But Matt and I have nothing in common. Remember, he came in here. He's not a sports guy in any way, right? Like he's a smart dude.
That alone.
If I didn't know Matt, right? Like, if I hadn't met him personally, I don't know if I would enjoy, because I have nothing in common with that guy. Whereas, like someone like Catalana, I got a lot in common with Mike Catalana.
Sarcasm.
Super handsome. A couple of handsome guys.
Oh, yeah. That Catalana, what a dreamboat.
But there's other sports guys who I don't have a lot in common with, and I think I don't watch them because of that.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're saying it would help then to be able to connect to people.
To be relatable.
But it's a double-edged sword because if you're relatable to somebody, you're unrelatable to somebody else.
That's why Don, you didn't know where he stood on anything.
You're right. But
You know what I mean?
But you're right. But so I guess that makes you mass appeal, but I don't know if it's possible to be mass appeal anymore.
Maybe not.
You're going to piss somebody off?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why maybe that job's kind of going away.
Don't tell that to the people we just named.
No, I mean, but the job will morph into something different. It won't be a Don job. You know what I mean?
It'll just look different.
A Don job? Who doesn't want a Don job? A 58-year Don job.
Congratulations, Don Alhart.
Yeah, go get him, kiddo.
Enjoy retirement. We're happy for you.
Yeah, look at that. Retired. Rich. Yeah, he's got a mate. Handsome.
We read the news too, We're also news people.
Sure.
Yeah, what are you?
Well, no, I got
whatever you want to call it.
What are we?
I got a news story right here.
What you got?
Happened in a town we don't talk about much east of us. And it's something people can't explain. In fact, it's so strange that people are now moving towards the paranormal.
Oh, jeez.
No, I'm serious. And
These
here's
jackasses.
Bro, wait till you hear this story.
Paranormal.
Wait till you hear this
Is
story.
that ghost crap?
Yes. Yes. We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF Father's Day. There are some things we simply cannot explain.
Like what?
This is kind of one of those stories.
Oh, I think I could explain it.
Well, look, it's weird,
Yeah.
but it really hasn't been investigated yet. Despite that, someone from this tiny town in our area has already jumped to a conclusion.
Yeah.
A conclusion of the paranormal kind.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. The sexy dads are rolling in, buddy.
Oh, yeah, we get more?
Yep, that's right. The break room is your chance to be crowned the Rochester's sexiest dad for 2024. Your dad bod will score you serious bragging rights and a watch.
Yeah.
$500 watch from Heritage Jeweler.
That's a watch, buddy.
You got a shot, buddy. For more details, submit your sexy dad pick. Head to WCMF.com through June 9th. That is this weekend. It's all courtesy of Heritage Jewelers. Unsurpassed value and service guaranteed. That is their heritage. Let them be a part of yours. And also brought to you by 96.5 WCMF. It seems the theme to this year's Sexiest Dad contest so far, because I believe we are now over 20 dads at WCMF.com.
Okay.
Not only can you enter there, you can go check out the dad competition. Nipples seem to be the theme of this year.
Popping nipples?
I believe at least 25% of our dads are shirtless.
Yeah, that seems to be the strategy this year. I don't think we got this many shirtless dads last year.
Man nips.
I am noticing though.
Yeah.
Like there are a couple of dads, the shirtless, it's playing to their strengths.
Yeah.
Couple of shirtless dads, I probably would have left my shirt on.
Yeah, that's probably the best. If you're a man, just keep your shirt on.
No, I mean look.
And it's not
Even
even that
in
they
shape
look.
dad.
I don't know. There are some guys, they're bringing the
I was
shirtless
gonna say
dad.
it's not even that they look bad. They're just other dads out there that are really killing it.
Yeah.
You know.
And, like-
so if your picture's next to that guy, it might be trouble.
But like two of the up front shirtless dads are in like phenomenal shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to have the right. It's all got to come together.
Okay.
So like my oldest brother, his buddy is a bodybuilder.
Gotcha.
Like been doing it his whole life. The guy's like 70 years old and still got that bodybuilder body.
Okay.
But he also has 70-year-old skin
Hey.
over the bodybuilder.
Ew.
So he looks like a ripped lizard. Like it looks good, and then you look at the skin and like it's he's been tanning his whole life.
I get
and that
what you're
whole
saying.
it's not good.
Look, whether you want to go shirtless or not, your chance to be the Rochester sexiest dad, it lies at WCMF.com. Come with me, Tommy.
Where are we going, Pat?
We're going out to the town of Waterloo.
Okay, nice area.
Something strange is going on.
What happened?
There's a railroad crossing at the intersection of North Seneca and West William Street. And the last few nights, the warning lights at the crossing keep going on
What?
with no train.
What?
It's happening every once in a while, and it seems to
creepy.
be, according to the story, it seems to be only happening in the evening.
But it's a functioning. Is that an abandoned railroad?
No. It's as far as we know, it's a working railroad
All right.
track.
So
right?
there's a glitch in the electrical system.
Well, see, that's just it.
Got a glitch.
Folks walking by, driving through, they're taking it slow just to be safe, but they keep saying the lights will go off, no train. And they say it happens all night, randomly, on, off, no one knows why.
Okay.
Well, almost no one knows why. Because a Facebook post that was screenshotted and shared with us by a listener may have the answer.
What is it?
Well, this person that wrote the Facebook post says the reason the lights keep going on and off randomly is a ghost train.
So that means that there's a invisible train
Yes.
being
Triggering
conducted
the-
by a ghost
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
that operates that. So do they feel the rumbling of the train or the wind?
Nothing
Or
about the
hear
rumbling
it.
of the wind. No. But they have a story as to why the ghost train is going through Waterloo.
Okay,
Okay.
what's that? Legend has it.
Well, no, it's not a legend. The person tells the story of a massive train accident that happened in Waterloo, and it actually, the anniversary of it, when the train lights started going on and off, just passed.
So what was a big, massive train accident?
Two trains collided on June 3rd, 1960, in Waterloo.
No
Bro.
kidding.
They struck each other with 671 passengers on board between the two of them. This person says that the signals are going off around this time, June 3rd, because of the anniversary of the accident. And they go on to talk about how in this world, there are several things that we don't understand that exist around us.
Right.
And that we don't have close to a full understanding that the people that once lived and died in tragic ways, that they're still trying to tell us things to get our attention.
Oh.
And I mean, it is, you have to admit, it is spooky that the anniversary of this Waterloo train collision, the lights keep going on and off.
So let me get this right. This horrible tragedy happened in the 60s.
Yeah.
Okay? Many people
Train collision, yes.
died in this thing and all that. So you die in that train crash, right?
Yeah.
It's terrible, but let's say you believe you go off into an afterlife, right? And your afterlife is every day you got to take that same goddamn train.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to
isn't that
tell
most-
me about a train accident that I know about because I can Google it.
Well, isn't that most ghost stories though? Like those like
They're just
whenever
stuck.
like something creepy happens, it's
you're
like, well,
stuck.
there was a tragedy here and a bunch of people are.
But he has to keep doing it
Roaming
as
around.
a ghost.
I mean, look, man, I can't sit here definitively and say that's not a thing.
All aboard, tragedy train.
There is, however, one problem with this Facebook post.
What's that?
Folks that are listening that live in the Waterloo area, grew up in the Waterloo area,
Yeah.
may be wondering why they have never heard of this train accident.
Yeah. It was famous. You said
It was
1960s.
Yeah. So it turns out there was a train collision on June 3rd, 1960 in Waterloo.
Okay.
Waterloo, London, England.
Oh.
The collision that happened in Waterloo happened in Waterloo, London, England.
The actual Waterloo.
And past that, the actual train collision that happened in England on June 3rd, 1960 in Waterloo, London, England, didn't have any fatalities. In fact, nobody in this collision even went to the hospital. The two trains brushed each other on the side, bumped a couple of people.
And this jackass is running with a ghost story.
But here's the thing. I saw this post and this person shares it with me, and he goes, Google Waterloo train accident June 3rd, 1960, and I did, and it comes up as England.
Yeah.
All of this is a simple Google search away.
Yes.
This Facebook post is completely blown out of the water.
Reading on a little bit longer.
But here's what's interesting.
What?
Other than the person who screenshotted this post and sent it to us, no one in the comments brings that up.
Oh.
Short of a few people who do mention they lived in Waterloo their whole lives and they don't recall this happening.
Right.
Yet despite that, this Facebook post got hundreds of likes and the post had been shared a few dozen times. Maybe, just maybe, it is a ghost train and the ghost passengers put the wrong Waterloo on their
maybe
ghost
they got
Apple Maps.
confused. Yeah.
right. Okay, so you're right. It's probably some kind of mechanical issue.
Yeah, a little
which
glitch.
sucks for a small town like this. But it is interesting how many people, based on what we're seeing with this Facebook post, were ready to believe that
sure.
story. And how many people were adding their own ghost stories and how this person was dead on about our ancestors walking around us all the time,
The spirit world.
even though they were in the wrong country with the wrong train accident.
I mean, there had to have also been, because they're like ghost chasers and just people that are super
Get 'em in
interested
this town, yeah.
I'm sure that there were people out there every night trying to catch some evidence of a ghost train.
People all over the world. Ghost train.
I mean, if they found this information out, they may feel like they wasted a little bit of time.
All right, so right now, with this story of the ghost train in Waterloo that was actually the wrong Waterloo and all
damn
these
it.
things going off. I mean, look, it is kind of weird. What are the odds, right? Like this, okay. But right now, 41% of Americans say they believe in ghosts.
Okay.
24% of Americans say they've seen a ghost.
Okay.
What's even more strange, do you know that 43% of Americans believe in demons?
Like the devil.
Demons.
Was that the same thing?
I don't know.
I thought like there was a devil and like the demons were like the street people that work. Well, like they're like the
It's
rep.
like a pyramid scheme.
They're like Santa's in every mall. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
God, yeah, I get
All
what
right.
you're saying.
So
Well,
there's demons and there's spirits.
I guess it all depends on your religion, but it's
Yeah.
funny. So 41% of Americans believe in ghosts. 43% of Americans say they believe in demons.
So there's
which-
like a guy that's gonna poke you in the tuchus with a pitchfork.
something like that.
All right.
But that means there are 2% of Americans who think ghosts are silly, but they believe in demons.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
So there's also evidence right now, Tommy, to suggest that our belief in the paranormal is rising as time goes on.
You would think it would go the other way as you smarten up.
I would have thought the same thing, but researchers have a few theories as to why that might be
The
happening.
rise of the belief in the spirit world.
You got it. So they point to alien stories that have been in the news the last few years, which are increasing people's belief in what might be the paranormal. They say that scarier times over the last decade have people using alternate means to explain what they think is happening in the world. And they point to folks being less religious,
But you're less religious.
but they're using the paranormal to explain logic that they can't
Okay, all
with
right.
normal everyday stuff.
right.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's less a belief in Buddha, Jesus,
Yeah.
Muhammad, whomever, but I have to explain it some way, so it's the paranormal.
Okay. That makes sense.
You judging those people?
Oh yeah,
It's almost half the country.
I know.
A quarter of the country are convinced they've seen it themselves.
That's hysterical.
Or felt something they couldn't explain.
yeah.
But I had a sister that was deeply into all this stuff, and then I had a father-in-law. My first wife, he grew up as a kid in a house that used to be like a funeral home,
Okay.
and he swore that he saw, like in the middle of the night, like whatever people they were working on, like walking around the house, and he believed it. And the guy was a nut.
But
it's weird though, like even if you don't believe in ghosts or anything, like it's just weird. You've never had anything happen to you where you go, oh, that was weird.
Yeah, but I just chalk it up. That's how life is. It's just random.
That's life. It's
Baby.
not a ghost.
What do all the people say?
Look,
no,
man.
I just think it's just random coincidence.
Look, I'm with you. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. But I also can't arrogantly sit here and say that there's definitely not something. We don't know for sure.
Yeah. Or tell somebody their experience is wrong.
And Kimmy, you'll also meet people that seem completely on the level, right? You like them. You can have conversations with them. Every other take they have is standard, and they believe they've seen something.
But I can't take that person seriously. Like I could never trust that person if you're that gullible.
So that one take, despite everything else,
I think it ruins everything.
Really?
Like, as soon as I hear that, I go, "You're such a sap that you could just be taken. You're a rube."
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story going on right now out in Waterloo. There's a train crossing at North Seneca and West William Street that at nighttime, all of a sudden the warning lights keep coming on, and no one can explain why. And they're going on and off and on and off. And one of our listeners shared with us a Facebook post, someone who must live in the Waterloo area, who claims it's because a ghost train is going up and down the tracks and tripping the sensor. And they tell a story of two trains that collided June 3rd, 1960 in Waterloo. 671 passengers on board between the two of them, and they're saying this tragedy...
Oh my God.
The anniversary of it would be, 64 years later?
Yeah.
And they talk about the spirit world and how we don't understand the world around us. I mean, and we told you, there was a train accident in Waterloo on June 3rd, 1960. It was just Waterloo, London, England. This person had it wrong. But, again, 41% of Americans say they believe in ghosts. 24% say they've seen one. 43% of Americans believe in demons. And our belief in the paranormal is growing. Let's talk to Dean. Hey, Dean. How are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. How are you guys?
Good, man. What's up?
So I think I have a reason as to why the signals are coming down. When I was a kid, we used to monkey around, and if you take a pair of jumper cables and you connect both sides of the track, the signal will go down. And I think that's probably what's happening. There's a bunch of kids just hanging out doing some naughty stuff.
Okay, are you just theorizing there's
Monkeying
kids?
around.
Or have you seen children with jumper cables?
Ghost kid.
I mean,
People all over the world. Ghost kid!
I can attest that I did it when I was a kid. We just were, monkeying around. And
You guys
trying to
were
cause a
cool,
little
man.
mischief, so...
All right.
Right.
Well, Dean,
That's my explanation.
thank you for that. I appreciate that, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
All right, there goes Dean. Now, look, nobody's done an investigation yet, so it could just be something faulty wiring.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
But like, think if you're a kid though, and you did it once, and then you saw everybody thought it was a ghost. You're going back to do it again and again. It's not out of the question that it's just some kid like bored and getting attention.
It is weird in a town as small as Waterloo that this could get so much
Traction.
pull. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because, again, I would assume there's a lot of people in Waterloo that were around June 3rd, 1960.
Yeah.
That would be like, wait a minute, there was no massive
You would
train
remember a
collision.
massive train accident.
You would think the greater Rochester area would remember a massive train accident.
Yeah, there would
that
be
happened
like
in
a
Waterloo.
plaque and a memorial.
Yeah, memorial.
They would do.
Memorial to the train.
They'd probably have a day dedicated to it. You know what I mean? They would celebrate the anniversary every 5-10 years.
I don't know if you'd celebrate it.
Well, no,
not
you would
celebrate.
mark the day.
Hey, remember that time? Train crash.
Honor.
It would be
I
like a
guess.
local 9/11.
Yes, I get what you're saying. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Yeah,
What's
good
up?
to hear from you, buddy.
So I was raised going to church and all that stuff, so I do believe in angels and demons.
There you go.
Shut up. But we just can't see them. But and as far as ghosts, I'm not I don't 100% believe in them or don't believe in them. But me and my ex-wife were staying at one of our buddies' places, and in the basement, he told us, I guess a few people died in the house where we were at, and the dog would run around in circles as if it was chasing after a kid the entire time.
Or it wanted cheese.
Yeah,
They'll do that
it's gonna
too.
run around in circles, Tommy.
All right, well, I mean, look, man, like Kimmy said, there's entire industries that make millions of dollars based upon people's belief in the paranormal.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. People all over the world. Ghost dog. I mean, look, I'm not going to fault Ben for believing in something if that's what gets him out of bed every day.
I am. I'm
He's
sorry.
not hurting anybody with an angel and demon
You don't
idea.
judge. You don't judge people. You're king judge.
Yeah, but look,
And you're not going to hang with that person.
no, I mean, I have friends that believe in ghosts. I mean, I'll laugh.
But
at
you can
them.
hang with it.
Yeah, yes. My dad believes he saw a ghost when he was a
You
kid.
hate your
I
dad.
You
don't
talk
hate
all the
my
time.
dad.
You don't hang with your daddy.
We just talked about there are
I just
people.
hung with my dad. People all over the world. Ghost
Ghost
dad.
Oh, he ghosted your ass. That ghost I believe in. See ya.
The original ghoster. I mean, you just talked about there are people you respect and would never in a million years think that they would have a ghost encounter, but they do.
But
I would
as
think
soon
like
as I
that's
hear
not.
it.
That would completely make you stop hanging out with that guy.
Yeah. Especially
that's
like.
weird.
Can you imagine? All right, let me ask
No
you this.
loyalty.
Well, let me ask you this. So
Yeah.
let's say guys got a pretty good business idea. And you got a few extra dollars now. You're doing all right for yourself.
Sure.
Look at that hat. So I got this great business idea, and you're all in. You're going to invest in this guy's business.
Okay.
But then you find out he's also a member of a paranormal group. They meet once a week, and once a month or once a year, they go out on like ghost tours to try to capture images of ghosts.
Okay, that's too much.
Could
Yeah,
you
that's
invest
one.
money in a
No.
guy that believes in something like that?
No, I mean, a weekly meeting, that's too much for me. But if that guy told me that he had an experience when he was in his teens
Yeah.
where he thinks he saw a ghost, that wouldn't be
That
enough to
wouldn't?
stop me. No.
Yeah, I'm out.
I think
I'm
that's
out.
more people than you think. You would eliminate a lot of people from your life.
I
if
do.
You really, that's also true.
Be like me, lonely and sad.
I'd rather be lonely than annoyed.
But here's the thing, man.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Shut up. You can't put your own thing on a T-shirt.
Yes, you
somebody
can.
Somebody else has to say, put that on a T-shirt. It's like giving yourself your own nickname.
That's a great way to live life.
Put your own sayings on a T-shirt.
That too.
No, all right, let me put it this way.
What?
Let me put it this way, right? Like, whether it's believing you saw a ghost or whether it's thinking that there's things pulling the strings behind
Right.
the
There's
scenes.
an afterlife, and there's another world out there that controls that.
Guardian angel,
And
whatever.
by the way, you're doing a bang up job.
Look, man, if that gets you out of bed every day,
Right,
if that
hey.
keeps you from freaking out,
If that's your shot of booze,
yes,
okay.
I mean, look, if it gives you hope that things are going to get better for you and you're not hurting anybody else with it, why am I going to tell you to stop?
But I don't want to be around you.
Okay.
Does that make me a bad person?
Yes, I think it does.
Why? What I
Because
like how they can have their crazy ass rights, but I don't want
It's
to be
not
around your
right.
crazy
no,
ass.
But you have these beliefs that aren't true either.
Like
You
what?
believe that alcohol is helping you live longer.
65, doing quite well for myself.
Like you see, you have all
I
kinds
have
of
a semi-professional job that I work 4 hours a day.
you have all kinds of crazy theories that I think are wrong and
Give me one.
stupid.
Give me one.
We're only on the air till 10 o'clock. I don't have time. But you're still my friend. I'm not gonna gas you because you have stupid ideas.
Yeah, but my ideas are tangible. You can see them.
No, you
can
can't.
hold them. How alcohol is an elixir.
We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. Look, I would love to hear
I said
everybody's
a big
ghost
word.
stories. That's elixir's not a big word. It's like 5 letters. ELXIR. Elixir. Did I spell elixir right?
I don't know.
Giving that kid out in Wayne County a run for his money. Talking about potential ghost trade out in Waterloo.
ELIXIR.
ELIXIR. Still only 6 letters.
Yeah, you ain't beating that Pen Yen boy.
Potential ghost trade out in Waterloo. Person, we have a Facebook post shared with us about a person having a theory. There was a train collision in Waterloo, June 3rd, 1960, and this person is saying that the lights are going off without any train because it's a ghost train going up and down the tracks. Turns out that the Waterloo train collision happened in Waterloo, England, June
Just
3rd.
a tad off.
Cody's got the last word. Hey, Cody, how are you, brother?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Good, Cody.
Good, Cody.
So this is actually kind of convenient. Outside of my day job, I work on trains, tourist railroads, and preservation. So I can tell you right off the bat, I guess it's more of a housekeeping thing. The whole jumper cable thing, it is illegal. You'll get arrested. Don't do it.
Obviously, yeah. Don't mess with train tracks.
But also there are a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot of electrical faults that can take place in these signals, and they can act in weird ways. They can be intermittent. So that's honestly all I think this is. And if they want to kind of self-investigate a little bit, what they should do, the people living in Waterloo, because that's way too far for me, they should call the little blue sign that's on the railroad crossing that's doing it. There's a phone number on a little blue sign. Call that. Tell them the crossing's acting up.
That's
All
the
right.
railroad.
All right.
They'll come and fix it, and if it still does it, then maybe you
Then
have
it's
a
a
ghost.
ghost train.
Okay, well, Cody, let me ask you, as a train enthusiast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how you want to make fun of them, but you also love trains, so
Yeah,
you don't know what
he
to
respects
do right now.
it.
Cody, percentage chance, 0 being 0, 100 being that's what it is, that you believe it's a ghost train in Waterloo.
I would put it at 2%.
2%. So it's not 0. It's not 0.
All right.
I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, I'm not a massive believer in paranormal, but I'm open to the idea. But so
So
I'm
you
not
a
gonna completely rule
semi-sucker,
it out.
sucker.
More than likely, honestly, it's got to be some sort of basic electrical fault.
Okay, well, Cody, thank you.
Maintainer can probably fix it in 5 minutes.
All right, Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. 2% chance it's a ghost
He's the
train.
Mike Catalana of train talk. You got to ask yourself. It could just be a glitch. This is a 2% chance, but I don't know if they're even going to make the playoffs.
Donnell High Retiring has gotten so many Mike Catalana impressions
I
on this
know,
show this
I know.
week.
Oh, yeah.
His Q rating through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break. Let's go from something that we don't understand at Waterloo to something that we didn't understand happening in our own building yesterday.
What happened in our own building?
Something happened to our Facebook page, and we still have no idea why it
Oh,
happened.
yeah.
I haven't heard anything about it.
Neither
either.
have I, but
But you also said that you didn't even know this was a thing.
well, so apparently it only happened with some people that
Yeah.
visited our Facebook page yesterday,
Oh.
and maybe you're one of them. And this might be one of those things where someone gets in trouble depending on what they did. We'll tell you the story next here at the break room on CMF. We got a quick one for you here before we get into a major potential project with a building that has been a massive issue in the city of Rochester coming up. You're hanging out in the break room on CMF. But it's funny how when no one understands what's going on, everyone gets quiet because they're afraid they did this. Because yesterday, we started getting emails from our listeners and from our coworkers, and our boss reached out to us to let us know that some people who visited our WCMF Facebook page found that the page was entirely in German.
Oh.
Written in German.
Written in German.
Yes.
So like somebody flipped the translation.
We don't know what happened.
Oh, yeah.
We have no idea why.
It went to German.
I mean, look, we got a call from like our boss's boss asking what we did and how to fix it, and we didn't even know that the Facebook page had been in German.
It looked normal to us.
Okay,
like it normal, all in English here.
So what made it even worse is we couldn't entirely be sure what our Facebook page said because we don't speak German.
No.
Because it could have been what was already on the page, just in German.
Yeah.
It could also have been all kinds of new horrible stuff that no one that didn't speak German understood.
Could be that.
Because we don't speak German. So since yesterday morning, and it seems like everything's fixed, as we haven't gotten any German complaints since yesterday. But now our bosses and our bosses' bosses and our bosses' bosses' bosses are trying to figure out what happened.
But somebody would have to have access to the Facebook, which is it's a CMF page.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So somebody would have to have access to go in there and screw with that thing, right?
Well,
like
there are
a
lot more people than you think have access to it, and that's part of the problem. You can't really point to one person and say it was definitely them.
Exactly, and you can't even be sure that somebody made a mistake because this could have been a Facebook glitch.
Yeah.
This could have been someone involuntarily screwing it up. This could have been someone.
Could it be the Germans?
Well, what leads you to that idea?
The Germans in Berlin attacked the page. And infiltrated the break room page to bring us down.
But if they just translated it to German, how would that?
I don't know.
We get more.
I'm using this voice right now to scare you. Could you be on something that would flip everything like to another language?
I have no idea. I've never heard of anything like this.
Yeah.
Before.
Right.
I have no idea. But what's really funny is everybody, because like Kimmy's right, there's a bunch of people that have access to the Facebook page, right?
Yeah.
Everybody that has access to it has shut up.
Oh.
Like nobody is like checking in, nobody's giving any explanations, and there are questions being asked, and nobody is responding because I don't think anyone can be sure that they weren't the ones that may have made the mistake.
But that should be a hell of a deep dive mistake to flip it to another language.
But maybe it's
right?
easier than we think. I don't know. Like, is it just one of those things where if you had it up on your phone?
Set my phone to German today.
Well, no, you hit like on the wrong button in the wrong spot trying to put something together. Like, I don't know. Has anyone else, 252-WCMF, had their Facebook page switched to a completely different language? But, like, I think people are worried, like, in all sincerity, because our company, like a lot of companies, take their social media presence very seriously,
And
right?
the privacy of it all.
Yeah. And I mean, it's the face of your company when you're not listening to what we do here on the air. I mean, most businesses, it's the face of your company, period. It's the only thing that people are going to see that you're doing.
Yeah.
When that gets, like, effed with.
Instant panic.
Exactly. So, like, I think people are afraid, like, if they were the ones that accidentally did this, they're going to either be reprimanded or, like, lose their job.
How could you lose
or
your
it's going to be one of those things where now everybody has to do 10 extra steps because, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to do some compliance training.
If I got to sit through a 45-minute video on how to not turn the Facebook page German, I'm going to be out of my effing
Because, I have access to that page.
You don't. No, you
yes,
don't.
he does.
Yes, I do.
He does.
Why
It could have been you.
So they gave me because I remember I got kicked off of Facebook multiple times.
Yes.
So then
well,
they
you
had
didn't get kicked out. You had your original account hacked, so you were locked out.
Then I got reported by another DJ, and that got me. Anyway, so they created this page for me that's not really me, but it's me. That one of the girls made for me, so I could get on.
You.
Well, it is, but it doesn't show up as like Tommy Muley.
Okay.
So I have a Facebook page because I used to do all those Dunkin' things.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm able to get on that page
and get to our WCMF Facebook.
I can post things on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, let's say theoretically, if I was looking at German pornography yesterday, that wouldn't affect it. Just as a question.
I know you're making a joke, but here's the thing. Based on the fact that
I have access.
Kicked off of one Facebook page. You were reported on another Facebook page.
Yeah.
You, at one point, legitimately thought a fake Terry Pagula who followed you on Facebook was the real Terry Pagula, and you were Facebook friends with him now.
Yep.
And you have access to this.
I do.
You absolutely did this.
I didn't do it.
You absolutely
So, Pat,
did
what you're
this.
saying is the problem is in the house.
German Tommy. Das Tommy.
Ghost Tommy.
People all over the world.
Ghost Tommy.
He's German. Did you do this?
No.
You know what's funny? He wouldn't even know if he
I
did
would,
it.
I
Like,
would
there's
know.
no way to know if he did.
I don't even like German porn.
No, but 252 WCMF, bro. It all makes sense if it's
it
you.
all makes sense. All roads lead to Tommy.
Were you on the Facebook page? Or were you
I haven't posted anything in a while.
No, I'm saying, did you get into like the Facebook app yesterday morning?
Checking anything.
I know you're lying.
No, I go on mine.
You got lion head shakes, and that's when you do. No.
No, I mean I go on Facebook every day, but
That's
I don't go
what
on,
I mean. Like,
but I go on mine. I don't go on the CMF one.
But you have the opportunity to like toggle between the two of them.
I can toggle.
You
but
did
I didn't
this.
toggle yesterday.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I'm
Bro,
sure
you should probably tell our bosses you have access to the Facebook
They
page.
should know this.
they
And
know.
by the way, I'm not dragging.
They don't know because he wouldn't have access if they did know. You're going to give that guy the most offensive, technologically, and wordly illiterate human being?
Wordly's not a word.
Kimmy, they don't know he has access to the Facebook page.
Don't be such a narc.
You just narked
I
it
don't.
yourself.
Don't bring the heat on me, man.
You just did it. You could have kept your mouth shut.
I was just telling y'all. You're the ones that kick it up to the corporate stiffs.
You kind of look German this morning. Houndstooth shirt, jeans,
Yeah.
knit sky blue sneakers. Bro, if you did this and someone else gets in trouble,
I'm fine with that. What?
let's take a break.
Let some other sucker take the fall.
Not this sucker.
That's
sucker.
right, sucker. Not this German sucker.
You want
Das sucker.
You want to talk about sucker?
Yeah.
City of Rochester have kind of felt like suckers the last couple of years.
Why, what happened?
Well, look, this building is in a prime location. It filled a massive need for decades, and everything around it is being fixed up to beautiful standards.
Right. But
This hasn't. Nothing's been happening with it. And in fact, Kimmy, this came up a couple of weeks ago on the show, and we had asked, hey, who owns this and what's going down with it? Well, it looks like the break room has finally put the pressure on to get something done. And there are now big plans.
Oh.
Big plans for this building. Can only tell you a little bit about it. A little bit.
All right.
We got some information.
Okay.
Maybe if it's going to happen. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This building, Tommy,
Yeah.
not only has it been a massive eyesore for downtown Rochester the last 4 years, it's become somewhat dangerous. And in the 4 years it sat empty, we haven't had a word on what was going to be done with it. Well, today,
We got a word?
well, some news.
Okay.
Kind of.
All right.
And this could be the beginning of something great
Okay.
if the details we have are possible. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. One of the most popular hotels from our town back in the day, the Riverside Hotel.
The old Holiday Inn?
Yeah, it's had a bunch of names throughout the years, but it's the one across from and attached to the convention center by the bridge. You know what I'm saying? So at one point, it was the St. Patrick's Day headquarters for years.
Had the comedy club in there.
You got it. Hosted countless major events, weddings, hosted important people from around the world. You know, you brought up the comedy club. It was
Hiccups.
Did you play that before you worked CMF?
No, it's when I.
Yeah,
No.
because no club would book you before you got on the radio. And even after that, it was just so Weeze would talk
Is
about
this a
you.
leading question? I'd like that struck for the record, please.
You want a stroke for the record?
No, that's what you want.
I mean, who doesn't? The hotel shut its doors for good in 2020. It's boarded up. It is fenced in now. It looks terrible.
Yeah.
And that's as the area around it on Main Street gets nicer and nicer and nicer. This place is falling into disrepair where everything else is getting shiny and exciting. And it's gotten downright dangerous with past stories of squatters living inside.
Get the homeless.
That would squatters.
Squatting.
That would be
Setting fires.
That was it. We
Partying.
bunch of fires that
Getting dangerous.
Yeah, the fire department has to go in and put out, but the building doesn't have electricity, right? So you're going into the dark trying to find these fires, and there may be people inside. Our show, every time this building comes up, is asked out loud several times, what the hell is the plan here? And we hadn't heard a damn thing.
But the place is huge.
It is.
And I think that's part of the problem, right? Like, what would it cost just to take it down?
What is this costing the city of
Rochester?
Rochester?
Yeah, like, can it even be saved at this point? You know?
The answer, Kimmy, apparently, is yes.
What'd they get?
The owner says they have plans.
What are they going to do?
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready for this?
A multifunctional building.
Yeah. All right, here we go. First floor, up to 3 restaurants right at street level.
Wow, 3 restaurants.
That's right.
Where one wouldn't work.
Second floor.
Yeah.
By the way, one worked. Who didn't love Bennigan's back in the day?
Oh, yeah, you were in you only went down St. Patty's Day.
Happy birthday to everyone at Bennigan's. They had a deep fried...
Everything.
No, what was that? What's the sandwich? It's Monte Cristo.
Oh, yeah. That's the one that has the powdered sugar.
Oh, so good. All right, so first floor, up to 3 restaurants right on the street. Second floor, meeting and convention space.
Okay, kind of what was there before.
You got it. Third floor.
Wow, we got a 3rd floor.
And then a bunch of other floors. Hotel rooms, up to 120 of them.
So it's basically what it was before.
Above those floors.
Yes.
Apartments.
Oh.
So you would have a mixed use.
It's a mixed use building.
You got it. That's going to be everything to everyone. You got entertainment on the first floor. The hotel takes up, 103 spaces, and then you have what I would assume would be really nice high-end condos.
Oh, yeah.
That would be living above that
Millionaire's
hotel.
Row.
You guys getting excited yet?
No.
Why?
Because it ain't going to happen,
Just
man.
kind of sounds like a
It
similar
sounds like
idea to what it was.
Which failed.
No, I don't know if it failed because the idea was
True.
bad.
I guess we don't really know what initially shut it down, but I guess I would have assumed that it had something to do with the lack of business.
Well, no, but that's not true, at least according to the story on 10 NBC, because the city says they want a hotel in that area up and running again because there now are not enough hotel rooms in downtown Rochester.
All right.
Folks that would be staying in the city are being pushed out to the suburbs. That was a quote from 10 NBC.
All right, so you
last
go
night.
in there and you put some money into it.
That's what they're going to do.
Fix her up.
So the owner of the building was asked for more details, and he said through a spokesperson, and I quote, "We are not at liberty at this time to provide a plan."
Oh, they don't have any money.
Well, I don't know if they have money.
That's a broke rich guy talk. He can't get a bank to get him a loan to fix it.
You are going way out.
Do we know when he purchased it?
We do not.
Okay.
No, I think it's the same owner who owned it before it closed.
Oh, really?
I believe so. I could be wrong.
Oh.
You know, you might be right.
I think of the money it would take. Because that's a massive building.
Yeah.
It's also got that outdoor pool that's like up a couple of levels, if I remember correctly. There was like a pool deck.
Oh, I don't remember that.
And it's outside.
It is?
Damn.
Yeah.
Really?
Did not know that.
Yeah. And I can't imagine like the hundreds of millions of dollars you'd have to put into that thing.
And the longer it sits there, the more it's going to cost, right?
So, all right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Both of you have zero confidence that this is going to happen.
Yes.
I guess if this was part of the plan, like what's preventing you from starting? Would be my question.
A bank
Okay.
with a blindfold.
All right, look, now with all due respect, it may be finances that are keeping
Yeah.
this
It's
thing from
always
getting-
money, baby.
But if there's one person,
there.
if they let the court know he's doing the money sign. If there's one person who I'm not going to jump in bed with when they start bringing up financial things.
Who in this room had a millionaire father?
Who in this room?
What is
Who
that?
had 2 millionaire
Who
brothers?
in this room ruined a 200-meter start in life? Hey, check me out, man. I had every opportunity, and I blew it to the point where I was cutting
Right.
meat.
Don't be. So I know how money gets lost.
Shut up. Yeah, giving it to you. Look, let's not forget, as we talk about the old Riverside Hotel, boarded up, fenced in, word that they're going to be redoing it, restaurants on the ground floor.
I mean, it
convention
could be
space.
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's got potential.
But lest we not forget, it was also supposed to be the site of Lovely Warren's hundreds of millions of dollars performing arts center mega project that didn't come to fruition.
Right.
So that might have been what shut it down too, is they anticipated that was going to happen. The guy said, well, screw it, I'm not going to do it.
All right.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. I don't know. We don't know.
But it seems like every idea dies in that spot, right?
Well, no, because that's been the only idea that's ever been there.
The Performing Arts Center?
Well, no, the Performing Arts Center wasn't actually going to be there.
But remember, they kind of moved it to that area?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me try this again.
All right.
That hotel has existed since opening in 1970.
Yeah.
Right.
I lived there for a month.
And that's when it was closed too. He was squatting there. His wife kicked him out. No, I'm saying that hotel was successful.
It was a really nice hotel. It was a really nice Holiday Inn.
For 50 years. So
Yeah.
you can't say like anything that's ever existed there didn't work. It was a hotel for 50 years.
But after that, it failed.
And they're going to make it into another hotel.
All right.
Well, it was
At least
interesting
that's
to me
the
because I feel like right up until it closed, there were events going on there, like weddings and corporate events and things like that. So the convention center part of it seemed to be thriving.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I would go to like 4 or 5 things there, whether it was like a party
Hey,
or
Chris
a
Rock
wedding.
worked there multiple times.
And then you did, and they closed it.
I opened for Chris Rock. Thank you.
I remember that phone call that Chris Rock gave. Hey, guys, listen, I need you to give me someone that's going to make me look really good.
Yeah, because that's what Chris Rock needs. And by the way, it's a terrible Chris Rock impression.
I'm going to do a Chris Rock. No. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I guess my big question is the building still usable? Because it's been sitting there 4 years.
Could be,
Right. I know. Like, I don't know if you can, build around it or if it just has to be completely gutted and restart. I don't know.
Because, I don't know. How long is a building like that supposed to be a building like that? Because it is over 50 years old now.
And it's been exposed to everything.
I mean,
There've been fires inside of it
Yeah.
at this point.
Maybe they got to knock it down and just build a whole new building.
But if
I
you're
also
gonna
wonder with things like mold and stuff like that happening from not being taken care of for years.
Unless there's somebody in there actually taking care of it and we don't know about it.
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay, but again, we don't know.
Well, you just said, man, it looks pretty rugged. Raggedy.
I haven't been on the inside of the thing. Look, we assume because there have been fires and reports of squatters, but I guess we can't be sure. So the most interesting part of this story
What's that?
is it sounds like this is happening maybe from pressure from the city of Rochester. One city official was quoted in the story last night as saying this is the last remaining real challenge on Main Street, and they might be right. Parcel 5 has become a hit. That area now has a little restaurant district, that's right there next to Parcel 5. They're finally fixing up that building that's been falling apart on the corner of East and Main.
Where
the side was falling off.
Yeah,
That's the Cadillac Hotel area.
No. I'm talking about the other side. Where,
Yeah, but that's in that same area, is what I'm saying. Because it's where the old bus terminal was and all that stuff.
I think it is close, yeah.
Okay, all right. But that's been decrepit
Yeah.
since
Yeah.
I don't remember a time where that was a functional business.
The park is all cleaned up. It's nice now where the rink is, where they do the Holiday Fest and all that stuff. That's a nice area.
But and that new Marriott on Main is really nice.
Beautiful.
I stayed there on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Right? It's great. This is it. The only building left where it's what
where
are we
it's a
doing
massive
here?
project. Yeah.
And also they've been pushing this Rock the River. Why can I not say this?
Walk the river.
Rock the river.
Rock the riverway. I'm a baby bird now?
Apparently.
Rock the Riverway project.
Yeah, they're putting millions into the river.
No, they are. And
No, literally, they're just pouring money into that river.
Such an idiot.
Rock the river. What a joke.
I'm very excited to see
I
how
love
this...
looking at the river.
I love looking at the river.
Oh.
The Italian rivers. I love looking at the river. It's like a sissy bowl. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
it's just strange that they're going to put all this money into beautifying the banks of the river, which I think is going to benefit downtown Rochester, right? Make it more walkable. And then, like, literally right along the river, there's a big old fence with barbed wire because there's an empty 12-story
Massive
hotel,
building, yeah.
right? I mean, look, for the sake of all of us, let's hope this thing works out.
Yeah, I'm pulling for it.
Shut up, man. And you know what
I want to rock the river.
You know what the funniest part is, Kimmy? Let's say the owner of this building does come through with what he's promising, right? And there's something, let's say they open up a jazz club on the first floor. First day. Hey, guys, this is pretty cool. This is what I've been saying I needed for years, you know that?
Really cute little theater. You guys should go.
Cool. Yeah, you guys go check it out.
They got a hat store.
Yeah, $24 martinis so a drummer can make $100 for the night. What you really got to do, and I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, he'll be there.
You know, you had a statement earlier today when we were talking about ghosts and people who believe in ghosts. That you would rather be...
I'd rather be lonely than annoyed.
There you go. And I think you are now, with this story, combining two of the most annoying people on the planet into the most annoying person on the planet.
Oh.
Because, you know, people use their cars as a way to share with people what they believe in, what their hobbies are, what their jobs are.
Their car. Yeah.
And... you can also get a license plate that'll help with that, too.
Oh, the vanity plate.
There is a new vanity plate that New York State is allowing us to buy.
Oh.
You can't even...
Oh, no, they saw the popularity of this thing, I think, increase, and they're taking advantage.
Okay. Did you see this story
No,
yesterday?
I have not.
Wait till you hear what you'll be seeing on people's license
It's a new
plates.
vanity plate I can get.
Yes.
To show people my interest.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into it. Tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, you made a great point coming into this discussion here.
What'd she say?
Well, that the state of New York has recognized how popular this has once again become, and they are going to financially take advantage of it because there's no reason why people would have to know this when they're driving behind you. What's strange about it, however,
What's that?
is I think there's 2 points in pop culture history you can say this has been very, very...
It's peaked.
Yeah. And why it's happening now and wasn't a thing back in the day.
Okay.
You're hanging out the break. We're Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Tommy, the state of New York has announced a new themed license plate you can buy.
Your vanity plate.
So it's yes and no. So it's you can just get a regular plate with this theme on it, or you can adjust it for a little more money.
All right.
They are releasing 12 themed zodiac sign license plates.
So like your horoscope sign?
Yeah, if you're a Libra, well, now you can let the folks driving behind you know all about it.
Okay.
It's a $60 upfront fee for the special plate, which will have the zodiac sign.
So it's a sign on a sign, basically.
On it, yes. Yeah. And then it's an additional $31.25 a year to keep your
to
zodiac
maintain
sign.
my horoscopes.
You got it. This might be the easiest way now to figure out who you should avoid on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Because it may bring together 2 of the worst people. Because first off, you got your vanity plate people. And you, Tommy, are on record on this show about how you feel about vanity plate people.
I hate vanity plate people. And my family is Florida vanity plate people.
Why do you hate vanity plate people?
So, because it's such an arrogant thing. Like, what do I care what you're into? You know what my sister had? She got the Florida Challenger license plate.
Wait, the explosion?
Yeah, you can buy a Challenger license plate.
So it wasn't the letters and numbers. It was just the license plate itself was
the last shot before it all went wrong.
Oh,
why would you want that?
Thank you.
What a weird.
Why would they sell that?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. It's Florida, man. It's all for sale. I'm not making this up,
you could
bro.
honor that incident in a lot of ways, but I wouldn't think like putting it on a license
Let me see.
plate
Give
would
me
be one
the,
of them.
I don't know. I want the Challenger. Give me the Titanic. You're out of the Pearl Harbor? Yes, it's like the worst.
All right, so first off, you have the people who enjoy vanity
They're
plates.
arrogant dicks.
Okay. Then you have people that are so into their zodiac sign that they want you to see it on their license plate.
Is this, because I remember the horoscopes were always big in the newspaper, always people read them either for a joke or they believed them. But I would have thought like that was like my generation. Like, do people your age care about your horoscopes?
So I can confidently tell you they do.
Where do you get them?
Kimmy is it's not so much the horoscope.
There are apps dedicated to this where you get your daily reading where it'll tell you what you should be doing.
You can have a great day.
Yeah.
Avoid sugar.
Oh, it's deeper than what you think, Tommy.
Guidance.
Like, opening up the paper back in the day and reading your horoscope was one thing. Kimmy is the one that is closest to all of this right now. I mean, Kimmy, there are people living their lives based on their zodiac sign at this moment.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to like things like their dating life, things like that.
Or who you should date and who you shouldn't date.
Who you match well with, or if you're not getting along with somebody, it's they're a Libra. I get it, Libra. I don't know what Libras are known for, but yeah, like people will blame their relationships with others based on their signs not matching up well.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You would say women, middle to younger millennial into Gen Zers are the ones that are really into the horoscopes or the signs right now?
Yes, because I think it's even bigger with younger people right now. Like, so the Gen Zers, I think, are just getting into it, maybe.
Okay.
Because that's where I've really seen it start to, like, go above and beyond just your average daily horoscope.
Okay, so with that being said, New York State releasing now 12 zodiac sign license plates that you can put on your license plate for everyone to see. The first question.
Yeah.
Will these plates be snapped up more by Gen Z and millennial women? Or by the baby boomer women, because those seem to be the two generations who really bought into astrology. Because, Tommy, you were picking up women with, hey, baby, what's your sign back in the day?
Yeah.
And it was always no. Like, who's more excited? Do the baby boomer females, have they grown out of the astrology
I thought it would
thing?
have been old folk like me.
Okay.
But you're saying younger people are into it.
Well, your generation would have, like, I guess, have more of the money maybe to do this.
Well, $60.
That extra cost you might be more willing to spend on a license plate.
Okay.
And what are you expecting out of that? Like when you put that on there, what are you expecting?
I don't know, but what are you expecting when you put anything?
I
And
would
I
love
also
it,
think,
yeah.
I mean, I would think somebody that's that into their sign probably has a bumper sticker or two already. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't
I don't
understand.
get it
Somebody
either, man.
explain it to me. Like, okay, those ladies that were wearing Gemini or Cancer pendants in the late 70s, early 80s, going to, what was it, Club 747, right? Do you still check your horoscopes every morning? Do you change things based on the phases of the moon? Or did you grow up and realize that was like a silly thing?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Because some people never change.
There's just some idiot that writes this stuff.
No.
It's like he's got like some like connection to the stars.
Well, it's not that you're like getting whispers. It's where the phases of the moon are, man. Because when Mercury gets into retrograde and you're not prepared, bad things can happen,
all right.
Man. I don't know. Like I'm very interested to see when these plates show up. When I drive by this person, will it be someone who looks like my mother, or will it be someone who looks like Kimmy?
So it could be a crapshoot.
And because like Gen X didn't seem too into this. Like the older millennials into that generation kind of feel like we just passed on horoscopes completely.
Right. But you would also have to be into your license plate stuff too.
Right. Yeah. Like you'd have to care enough about what's on your car.
Right.
But that's what I mean. It's the worst kind of person. Not only do I want you to know what I'm into, I want you to know that
Damn
I'm
it,
into.
getting passed by Pisces again. They're always chat-assing around.
Hey, here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of plates you can pick out in New York State if you're looking to be a little bit different, not just the zodiac signs.
Well, you got your Yankee plate and your Met plate.
So you got all the sports ones, right? You got that. The state has over 200 options.
Wow.
So a lot of them involve organizations, Shriners, Kiwanis Club, Lions Club. You can tell people what job you have. There's one for the police union, firefighter, stuff like that. But my favorite one that I saw last night, it's called the Team USA plate.
So it's just a general like Olympic plate?
It says USA. It's got the 5 rings underneath it. And then on the bottom it says, Go Team USA.
So it's just blanket Olympiad.
Yeah.
All right. I'm really into the Olympics.
Like, who gets the Olympic plate?
Yeah. Unless you were in the Olympics.
But even if you were in it doesn't say I was in the Olympics. Like that I would understand. Like Olympic qualifier.
Right.
Okay. I mean, it's weird you put out your license
It's
plate.
also douchey, yeah.
But I mean, you're proud of that. It's a hell of an
I
accomplishment.
support the Olympics.
But like, so we had the Olympics twice in New York State in Lake Placid.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why we have the Go Team USA plate?
Probably.
And I guess that would make sense, like having it now because we're about to go to London.
Okay.
But like in the off Olympic years, just driving
Just
around.
driving around in your Olympic plated car.
All right, we got folks waiting on hold. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you want to talk to horoscope guy first, or do you want to talk to license plate guy first?
License plate is probably going to be the bigger douche.
All right, let's talk to Dwayne. Hey, Dwayne.
Dwayne
You're
the
on
douche?
CMF.
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I had back in the 90s a plate that said beer can.
Why?
Women got it, but the cops pulled me over all the time thinking I was a drunk.
Hmm.
I don't get it.
You've never met a guy with a beer can?
It just says beer can.
Like, okay, so it's short but thick penis is what you're saying.
Oh.
Yes.
The ladies liked it.
Well, no, I'm on the state of New York's website right now, Dwayne.
What are they saying?
It says the vanity plates you have to explain are the funniest ones. So you nailed that, buddy.
Yeah, I was. The cops would pull me over all the time thinking I was drinking or that it was something to do with beer. But if I went to a concert or something, the women would walk by and say, "Oh, I get that."
Sure
And
they
then
did.
you know what?
Dwayne.
They got that.
Sure they did.
Dwayne and his can.
Yeah, Dwayne. All right, Dwayne. Thanks for the
They
call.
used to call him the can man.
Can I sidebar question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you as a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are traits that you want in a man.
yeah.
And forget the fact that he put it on the license plate. Do women want a guy with a stubby but thick penis?
The size of a beer can.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, she'd have to know what he meant by
But let's
that
take that away.
license
Let's
plate.
figure
you know he's got
You're
it.
aware of it.
I'm going to say don't lead with that.
Don't lead with I have a stubby but thick
Yes.
dong.
He's got a stuffy. That's a stuffy.
Do guys try to pick up women?
Yeah, the ladies liked my vanity plate, said no man ever.
All right, 252-WCMF. You were right.
right.
Unless Chris knocks it out of the park
All
with his
right.
horoscope
Come
call. He's
on,
on CMF.
Chris.
What's up, Chris? How are you, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
This whole zodiac thing, these people need to get a life. So maybe this will entice the Zodiac killer to come back.
Wow.
So
Okay.
he knows who to take out.
Okay.
That's harsh.
Yep. He walked away
I don't know.
on that one?
I don't know if he. Yeah.
I'm glad.
Okay, that
Keep
got
going.
worse.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
We're gonna do.
I've never been like angered by somebody being into horoscopes. Like you do you.
And wasn't the Zodiac killer into horror? I don't know enough about it. I didn't see that Netflix documentary. Okay, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jeremy. Jeremy writes us. He says, if you fake being into astrology, it's an easy way to meet women. If women think you're into astrology, for some reason, they trust you more. That was the creepiest Facebook message I've ever read out loud.
I think that was the Zodiac killer's move.
I don't think men realize. I don't know if you can fake knowledge of that to somebody that's really into it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't pretend to be into horoscopes if you're not actually into horoscopes. If you're trying to impress somebody who's into it, because I think they're going to know more about it than you, and you're going to, you know what I mean?
Okay, but
I also think it could work against you if they are really into it and they feel like you're not a good match.
Okay, but even if I'm into it or not, if they think I'm not a good match because of the month I was in or the phase of the moon,
fair.
I can't win.
Yeah, true.
What a stupid thing to do, that you're shutting down potential matches with other human beings because of where the moon was when they were born. Come on, people. Come on. Are there guys into this? There are guys
There
into
have
this.
to be.
In horoscopes?
Well, astrology.
I mean, for it to be as popular as it is, there are probably men that are into it too.
That's a sad dude,
whether or not they want to admit it.
That's a sad guy.
So, like, I guess the new thing I've been hearing about, and I feel like an old man. I feel like you. I've been hearing about this new thing from the kids on the TikTok.
Oh, they say.
So, Kimmy, what does it mean? Like, women are now asking guys the time of the day they were born on the day they were born.
Okay.
Why?
So,
she's gonna explain it.
apparently you can be multiple signs.
Oh.
So, depending on like the time and day of the week you were born, your original sign is whatever it is, but
it changes.
I'm probably not explaining this the right way, but like you over time can change into a different sign essentially.
So it's like a Pokemon.
Or you're a Cancer rising, which means you also show traits of this sign.
One of the worst Fogerty songs of all time. I see Cancer rising. So I'm not a Gemini. I'm something else.
No, you are. You're still your original birth sign, but you can have other traits.
Yeah, because they just keep making the crap up.
So it's like college. Like I majored in Gemini with a minor in Libra.
There you go.
We'll go with
so
that.
I think you can lie to somebody that's into this and pull it off.
I don't. I'm telling
if I
you.
can keep moving the charts around.
they
I
know.
was born, but I identify more now Cancer-ish and Libra light.
Libra light.
I got a penis, but it's stubby, but it's thick. I call it my stuffy.
By the way, a lot of women tweeting at us, ew, beer can, gross.
Okay, so don't
no stuffies.
Don't lead with I have a thicker.
It's thick and short.
Like the way you said it. Why would you want to brag about?
I got a thick shorty.
It's not long, but it's grotesque.
It'll fill you up side to side. We'll just do it sideways, darling. It'll hurt if we're around the corner.
Oh, for God's sakes.
That's what she said.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, dating right now is almost impossible. Every woman I've met on all the dating apps are into astrology, and that has changed who will and will go on second dates with me.
Oh.
That could also be an excuse, Dan, that you don't want to see again.
Yes, because Dan sucks.
No, I would love to talk to, look, actually, I take that back. I would love to talk to somebody, but like, it's interesting to think like you could meet somebody, think they're attractive, like them, and the sign is different, so I'm not going to be around with you anymore. Like it's hard.
It's like building up a wall.
But maybe that's what young people that have like the world that when you're young, it feels like there's a million people in the world that just want to meet you. Maybe the older you get, that's why the astrology falls away, because I realize, hey,
nobody likes you.
No. All right.
Well, there's fewer options.
Thank you.
Because nobody likes you.
You got a good mechanic?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Been using the same guy for years.
Turns out you're in the monster minority in America.
On a mechanic?
And it may not have anything to do with a lack of good mechanics.
Oh, what is it?
It may be how we are different than our parents and grandparents.
It ain't your daddy's Mr. Goodwrench?
No, we'll get into it next year in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. This isn't so much an indictment on mechanics.
Yeah.
It's more an indictment on how we go to people that we need on a regular basis.
Oh.
Because although we want loyalty, maybe it's harder than we think.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock this morning, there are two couples from Rochester who believed they found a new place to live to call their own.
Oh, great.
The only problem is
What's that?
they both found the same place.
Oh.
And they both, as far as they were concerned, and had paperwork to back it up, were the rightful livable owners of this place.
Oh.
Wait till you hear what happened in the town of Greece. We'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you have a good mechanic?
Oh, yeah. Top guy.
Kimmy, you got a good mechanic?
Yeah.
Do you have a mechanic?
I just go to the dealership.
Okay, all right.
Well, yeah, that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Only 1 in 5 Americans right now say they know a good mechanic. And here's the thing.
So I don't know the guy. Like, to your point, I go to his place
Yeah.
to get it fixed, but
So you
I don't
have
know
like a specific guy in mind.
I don't go to the same guy.
Okay, so I don't know if there's a difference
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Now, this may not be an indictment on the quality of mechanics, like we said, because we don't know what the number was 40, 50 years ago. This is more about what businesses you frequent on a regular basis.
Okay.
For example, in other businesses, only 16% of people say they know a good veterinarian.
Oh.
And those are hard to find right now.
Yeah.
A lot of people are using pet urgent care for all their animal care needs because there's been a shortage of vets.
All right.
About the same number of people, 16%, say they know a good dentist. And a similar thing is happening there.
Oh.
Right? Folks can't get in to get dentist done, so they go to like dental urgent care and
Yeah.
they don't have a dentist. So the average American is looking for places to go.
Yeah.
They just don't have places that will take them.
But they also don't stick around with the same people. Like I've had the same dentist since I lived here.
Yeah, but you're old school about that kind of thing.
Yeah, because I want I don't want to shop.
Yeah, guys.
Why would you, unless your dentist did something wrong, why did you leave that guy?
Well, there's lots of things that could cause you to leave that dentist. You could move somewhere across town and
All
not want
right.
to go to that dentist anymore.
something
But
more
I would go to
convenient.
my dentist if I lived anywhere in Rochester.
Yeah,
and I did.
I feel like when it comes to like anything medical, especially,
I'd stick
you're
him.
willing to make that trip, once or twice a year.
Yeah.
Just because you like that person.
Okay, see, to your point, Kimmy, the average American says they drive an extra 29 miles out of their way to stick with a business they like. If your dentist was in Batavia, would you drive to Batavia?
Oh, yeah. I would.
Okay.
I mean,
You won't drive from Pittsburgh to
that's
East
pretty
Ave, but
far.
you're going to go to Batavia.
Yeah, but like teeth to me are like major stuff.
Teeth to
And your
me-
family, not so much.
Wow.
You say you got a rotten
I
mouth.
say I have rough teeth.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about my family.
No, your old family.
Your old family.
Oh, that doesn't make you mean my brother and sisters.
Do they have bad mouth?
No.
But wait, you have a bad mouth.
Yeah.
Only you.
Well, maybe they chose a
No,
different path.
no. When you were raised up, they took all their children to the dentist, but the eldest.
You're going to look at my brother in the face when he comes in here?
Not anymore.
Tell him you got a busted grill?
All right. So we have changed. We did change vet. But
Okay.
but when I had my other dog, I took him there for 14 years.
Okay, when it comes to the dentist, you're in a unique situation because you are around the same age as your dentist.
Yeah.
And you both started off in your careers together.
Yeah, pretty
around the
much.
same time,
Yeah.
right? So you have been able to age with your dentist. I mean, Kimmy, women need gynecologists, right? Didn't you tell us you were looking for a new gynecologist?
Well, no. So no, my.
Because I might know a guy. We had a discussion on the air about this.
Did we?
I thought we talked
We
about,
talked
what
about
women
it.
are looking for in a new.
I don't know if I did. Anyways, mine retired.
Yeah.
Luckily, like there were other doctors in the.
Look how uncomfortable he is right now.
There were
You don't
already-
got any jokes all of a sudden, man? You're making fun of my mouth, that hole. You don't got any jokes here?
I'm not going to make fun of that.
What?
Now you're quiet.
A below the belt dentist.
So we're still talking about gynecology. I can't even look Kimmy in the face while she's describing.
I don't want to talk about her lady
medical
cavity. It's
No, I got.
bitch-ass vagina,
See,
bitch.
that was weird.
Yeah, of all the
I know.
things.
a great
I-
Beatles tune. Lady cavity, doctor at your feet.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
No, mine retired, but luckily there were younger doctors there that were taking on new patients, so I didn't have to move, which was nice.
But like, think about that with veterinarians, with dentists, with mechanics, with doctors, right? Like the odds that you're going to line up perfectly with the entire career that person has are small. I'm 37. I've had like 3 primary care doctors because 2 of them have retired. My
Or
daughters
moved. Yeah, I know a lot of people have had a tough time finding primary care doctors.
So my daughters, they're
Yeah.
11 and 13. They've had 3 primary care doctors because they keep getting men and
people-
women that are retiring.
Oh,
Yeah.
all
You
right.
know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like, when you think about it that way, if you find somebody new, if you're lucky enough to find somebody new, whether it's a mechanic that can take you, whether it's a doctor, dentist, veterinary, whatever, one, you have to build up that rapport with that person again.
Yeah.
And 2, you have to hope that their schedule is open enough where they can see you on a regular basis.
Okay,
That
so it's
kind-
tough.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like that's a thing that's going away, that we have less interaction with people over and over again and more just like whoever I'll take.
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause,
Just
like,
get me in if I'm having issues. Yeah.
How many times have you gone to a doctor and the doctor's like, well, I can see you in 6 months, but our physician's assistant could see you next week? And
Yeah.
you go, yeah, I'll
That's
take
gotta
that.
Yeah.
suck, man. Because I'm spoiled because like my dentist, like I have his actual cell phone number, and like he came to the roast you guys.
Sure, yeah,
through.
yeah. I know he's
Like
good
I
dude.
mean, I've gone out for drinks with the guy.
I'm assuming most people don't have that close of a relationship.
But my other doctor, like
He's
my primary,
bragging, by the way. Like
I know
he
he is.
was trying to subtly brag because he thinks people would be impressed that you have your dentist's phone number.
I do.
Hey, no big deal. I'm on the radio now. I got my dentist's
It's
cell
not
phone.
because I'm on the
Got
radio.
my dentist's cell phone number. No big deal.
But like even when I go to my primary doctor, like I've been seeing that guy for 30 years. Like we have regular conversations about other things than my butt.
I don't think that's common.
Really?
Your butt. No, and that like the fact that you're going to have like regular.
Like we talk about this and that, what's coming up.
I mean, Kimmy, when you go to your doctor, do you have personal conversations? Like, or is
Well,
it like
with one
small
of them.
talk? Other than my wife?
I will say like with my dentist, because I go twice a year. Like they asked me about like certain things that we've found that we have they remember the things that we have in common. You know what I mean? So they will like strike up conversations about like what I've told them in the past because they remember.
So along the lines of finding someone that you like and sticking with them. Again, only 1 in 5 Americans say they know a good mechanic. Say it's less for veterinarians, it's less for dentists, and again, it's all about who you can see over and over again. The average American says they have to go to a place 7 times before they consider themselves a regular.
Oh.
7 times. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
7 doctor's appointments? I don't feel like a regular until I'm at my 7th
But that
appointment.
mean you also haven't made a decision on that guy.
Oh, no, I mean, you
woman.
can
No,
like that, but you still don't feel like a
So you
regular.
feel like comfortable enough to say
That's
like I'm a regular.
that could be 7 years if you
Yeah.
go once a year.
And
Probably.
that kind of plays along this.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it this way. Think about a bar. If I
Yeah.
don't, 7 times seems like about a regular. How is it
Okay.
different at a doctor?
All right.
You brought up the fact that like your dentist will like remember things.
Mm-hmm.
They must have hundreds of patients.
I wonder if they write things down sometimes to like remind them.
Would that hurt your feelings?
No. No, I mean, I don't care.
But they
I
didn't
almost want to
actually
tell them you don't have to do that. You know what I mean?
No conversation. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There are 2 couples that believed they owned a house.
This is a nightmare.
Not owned a house, excuse me. Had a right to live in that house.
So is somebody in the house now?
Oh, there was somebody in the house. There was somebody in the house. And here's the thing. Nobody in the story did anything wrong. At least of these 2 couples we're going to tell you about. And look, the law comes down on one side.
Yeah.
And this is their rightful place.
So somebody got scammed.
Yes.
Yes. But in throwing these people out,
Yeah.
I mean, you
I
have a
don't
right.
feel guilty even though it's not your fault.
Well, that's just it. I don't know. Some
Yeah,
people...
they put down like a deposit
Oh,
and
bro,
stuff.
it's bad. It's
Like
bad.
Big money.
It's bad. And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. One house, 2 families.
Oh.
Both of them have paperwork that shows they have the right to sleep there. It's a situation that 4 people in Greece found themselves in. And although there is a clear answer, law-wise, as to who this home belongs to, you can't just chuck folks who did nothing wrong out into the street.
Yeah, but somebody else wants to be in the house. What do you do? They're also out in the street.
Well, actually, in this case, no.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Let's say you got all kinds of problems in your life like these folks do, right? Well, why not forget them for a couple hours?
Yeah.
Come out tomorrow night, maybe. I don't know. Hang out with a super cool guy at a super cool place.
Oh, where's Chuckle Chops going to be?
I'll be hanging out tomorrow, 5 to 7 at Three Heads Brewing for a Father's Day happy hour and a chance for you to win a premium Father's Day gift pack from Omaha Steaks. You ready for this? One lucky winner will walk away with a box filled with 2 butcher cut filet mignon, 2 butcher cut top sirloins, 4 air chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 caramel apple tartlets, 4 pure ground filet mignon burgers, 4 jumbo franks, 1 gourmet steakhouse fries, 1 Omaha steak seasoning, 4 Omaha steak burgers.
How big is this box?
Pretty big, Tommy. And while we're there, Freddy's Wood Fire Food Truck is going to be creating amazing wood-fired pizzas with the Omaha Steaks products that come in the box.
So you'll be there sampling these and telling people how good these pizzas taste, obviously, right?
Sure,
the Gorgonzola burger.
Yeah.
And you're a big Philly steak guy.
I am, yeah.
All
from the Omaha.
I can't wait to hear your review of that.
I'll give it to you. And don't forget, go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code Duffy at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. All of that happens tomorrow, 5 to 7, 3 Heads, Woody's Fried Fire Food. Freddy's Wood Fire Pizza and 96.5 WCMF. Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
What happened?
Marissa and Christian Franco are active duty Coast Guard members. They are stationed right now in California.
As a couple out there.
Yes. But back in May, they purchased their future home in the town of Greece. And so far, everything has been great.
All right.
Story on 10 NBC. Turns out over the weekend, maybe not so great.
What happened?
The family of the couple stopped by to check on the house they just purchased.
Yeah.
And when they got there, they were stunned to see another family living inside the house.
Oh.
Like had keys for the home.
Oh, they're in.
All of their stuff is in the house. They were living.
So the electricity's on.
It's all there.
They must have transferred everything into their name.
Everything's there.
So they bought the house? Or they're renting it? What are they doing?
Okay, so that family who is living in this house are named the Baldwins. And when this family showed up and say, hey, you're living in our family member's house, they said, no, we are the rightful occupants of this home. And they had paperwork to prove it.
Okay.
You want to talk about, first of all, before we get to the story, your all-time awkward, confusing situations, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone has to think the other person is
wrong
or insane.
Or pulling a move on you.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So, eventually, the story starts to unfold. The couple living in the home now, the Baldwins, showed the family members of the folks who own the house a rental lease agreement signed by them and the people who said they own the home.
Okay.
They answered a rental ad on Craigslist. They went through an application process, they paid a deposit, and they were approved as tenants by the person who said they own the house.
So it sounds legit.
The lease agreement they had in their hand was signed not only by them, but has signatures of the former owners of this home.
Oh.
So what happened?
Yeah.
The Craigslist post was a scam.
So it's all a forge.
Yeah. The Greece Police Department believes the post was made using information stolen from Zillow, pictures, all that stuff.
Wow.
And it looked legitimate.
Yeah.
The
these poor people.
The signatures from the previous owners on the rental agreement were forged. As far as how the couple got the keys, story on 10 NBC says the man they talked to, who claimed to own the home, said, listen, I'm out of town. There's no way I can come back. He instructed the couple to hire a locksmith to change the locks.
So they basically broke into their rental.
You got it. And he told this couple he would deduct the money from the first month's rent, which the couple did. They went out and they had a locksmith change all the locks on their house, so they had keys for the house. So both of these couples at the same time legitimately believed they had a right to be in this house.
So the couple that's in the house are in way worse shape than the owners of the house that are in the Coast Guard. Because if you did all that, that money's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Your first, last, and security, whatever you had to plop down to move into the place, all the money you had to turn, RG&E, the water department, the cable.
Don't even get me started about the water department.
Yeah, and you have nothing to show for it.
No, but you've lost it all. So if you get kicked out, which it sounds like they're going to have to leave. If you don't have any money, you're homeless.
So let me fill you in on how this is kind of ending.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So the Greece Police Department told the couple living in the house they had to be out by Wednesday.
So they got to evict them.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, the two couples reached an agreement where the actual owners of the home.
Yeah, because they don't need it because they're in the Coast Guard.
It's not. See, that would make sense. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
The actual owners of the home said they would put the couple up in a hotel for 3 days.
That's pretty damn nice of them.
And they would have their family help them move all the stuff they just moved into the house out of the house.
There's some
But
nice
you may
family
not have
members.
any money.
And that's just it. The Baldwins, the couple that were scammed here, they said they have no money to move because everything they had was just spent to move into a place
Right.
that is not theirs. They also said they have nowhere to go and they have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah, so all your stuff's going to be in the street. Like, what do you put? Let's say you help me move. Into what?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Right.
You gotta
Like, even
hope
if you bought one of those pod things, you have to rent that stuff.
Yeah.
Or get a storage unit. But then to your point, you ain't got a bed.
You got to
You
hope.
got a
And you
roof.
don't know how long you're going to have to rent it for.
You're homeless.
Not knowing
No,
where
you're
you're
homeless.
going.
They're homeless. They say, I mean,
Yes.
that's essentially it.
If all my money, if they're a young couple, just think of when you move into your first nice apartment.
Mhm.
All your bank goes into that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was a home. This was a suburban home in Greece. These people thought
They
they,
got
hit the
kids?
lottery. I didn't see any kids in the story. Did you see any kids in the story, Kimmy?
That'd
I
even be worse than if
did-
you had kids.
I didn't, but I mean, I guess they didn't say one way or the other, so I'm not sure.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So the law, I mean, look, the people that own the home in Greece, right, they didn't do anything wrong.
No, listen, man. They got scammed too.
It's their house, right?
Right.
Yeah, somebody broke into their house
Right.
and...
They use your house to screw people out of money.
Exactly, but if you own this home, could you just throw these people out in the street? Because, look, they did come to some kind of agreement. They did what they could, but like you said, these folks
Well,
are homeless.
even if I don't throw you out now, eventually I'm going to need my house. If this is my only house too, you're going to have to go. I mean, it's not my fault either. I'm homeless.
I also want to give the homeowners' family members some credit because for some reason they also agreed to help out and help move these people.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, hold on. That's a great point.
I'm just saying, I mean, nobody likes to move.
Right.
And especially when you're not really technically involved in this, but somehow you got roped into helping out the renters.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's what really sucks, too, for this family that's in there. You know their heart's not going to be all the way into it.
Oh, no.
Right? Like, I'm not lifting anything heavy. Yeah,
No.
sure. All right, you got it. You, like, if
They're
somebody
going to
else-
half-ass it.
What do you do if you own this house? What do you do? Because, look, man, you would have to
You'd have to feel terrible, even though it's not your fault in any way.
Thank you.
But I also don't want to be the reason somebody's homeless. You know.
But you're also homeless. Somebody in
well,
your
I don't.
home.
Well, there's not
Right
there
now,
yet.
see, this is the unique situation. Is like they don't need the house right now. Maybe they had other plans to rent it out to
I mean,
somebody else.
I guess the one thing, I mean, you could keep them in there as renters till you need the house.
But, okay, so here's the other thing, and this is maybe the biggest red flag of all of them. The story on 10 NBC says that the couple who was renting the house was told that the house was going to cost them $950 a month, which at the time must have sounded like a dream scenario. I saw
Yeah.
that on 10 NBC, right? $950 a month?
Something. It was under $1,000.
That's really
yeah.
cheap for a rent.
Unbelievably cheap.
Yeah.
So, like, that may have been a red flag. But, again, at the same time, if you're looking for something and there's a reason why
You
they
jump
tell
on a
you...
deal, man, and it looks legit. You think you scored like a golden opportunity, but they gotta go.
That was the coldest.
I know,
Wait a minute.
I know,
You
I know,
just
it's
sat
so
here.
cold.
You just sat here. You know, these poor people,
yeah.
they're homeless. They have no money. They gotta go. You
Yeah,
gotta go.
You gotta go.
You wouldn't feel any guilt.
I would feel terrible, man.
Get out.
Look, so I can remember my next door neighbors when the housing bubble burst.
Yes.
I think it was 2008. We had some rough situations in the neighborhood. It is sad to watch. The sheriff came down. All the stuff's in the car with the kids. They're driving off. It was almost reminding me like depression stuff when people got kicked off the farm. I couldn't stomach it.
Yeah, but you know what I heard, Kimmy?
They gotta go.
You gotta go. Even the sheriff said you gotta go. And I mean, I like to think like it's America, man. You'll bounce back.
But don't you feel like those people live?
Rich white guy who lives in Pittsburgh. Hey, man, you keep your chin up. Everything will be just
It'll
fine.
be fine.
It's all right. Hey, go find a woman. Marry her and live in her house. That couple. Polyamorous relationship. Roof over your head.
I mean, the couple that got scammed, like you just had to feel like they got into that house and they were probably like, "Wow, this is so great! I
Right.
can't believe we found this."
They caught a break.
Yeah, and yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We were talking about this home situation in Greece. A couple who lives in California, they're Coast Guard members, just bought their forever home, their future home.
Yeah.
Their family members went to go visit the house in Greece to check up on it, and when they got there, they found another couple living in the house. This couple did not understand what the hell was going on because they had paperwork that said they just signed a lease to live in this house. All their stuff was inside. They just put down money, deposit. They were planning on living here. They were all excited. Long story short, these poor people that were living in the house who they believed they were renting it, were scammed on Craigslist. They lost a whole bunch of money. They now need to get out of the house. It was nice of this other couple, it seems, to give them a couple more days, put them up in a hotel.
Only getting a couple of days.
But these people say that they have no money. They have nowhere to go. They don't have anywhere to put their stuff, and there's no plan for them.
Yeah, and if they're thinking they're paying $900 when they could probably get what, $1,600 a month, maybe
Bro, you're
more.
getting more than $1,600 for a house like that.
So you can't even be nice and let them stay there for $900 because you're losing money on your rental.
And I mean, I'm sure that I think they also said something about they put down like a security deposit.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
That's how the scam works.
It's all gone.
And they're not getting that, but yeah.
25. Well, I don't know if they kept it really nice though. You think the scammer would give them their security deposit back? 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good. What do you got?
This scam has been going on for a long, long time. And back when I was doing real estate, we needed photo ID because we had a couple who were divorcing, and the husband brought in the girlfriend to sign off as the wife.
Oh!
And it was my closing, and I got a phone call in the middle of the closing because somehow the wife got news of it that I was supposed to be there, but that's not me. So how they actually do this is there are companies that will send you in the mail and it says, hey, for X amount of dollars, we can get a copy of your deed. Don't be deed scammed by people getting your deed, which is public record.
Deed Scam was one of my favorite early 90s rappers.
I thought he got shot.
Yeah, he did. He got deed scammed. But you were saying?
Deed scam.
Christine, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
But if you pay them the $190, they actually get all the forms somehow that have your Social Security number.
Okay, so
all
what
the
you're saying
is legit.
And it's easy to do, easier than you think to do this.
It is very easy to do. People don't realize you can go either online and get a copy of your deed or go down to the clerk's office and
well, good thing a bunch of people that didn't know about it know how to do that, Christine.
Yeah. Thank you, Christine.
Well, I'm just saying, be careful what you get in the
My wife just texted me. We lost the house.
Who's we? It's her house. She lost the house.
Craigslist has a bunch of these scammers, and that's how they do it.
Okay.
And you get the situation of poor couples in.
All right, so be careful, says Christine. Be careful.
Well, you got to, because I can get all your personal information. I can make the real estate forms myself, and then sell your property.
See, that sounds like a threat now. Now it sounds like you're threatening me, Christine.
Well, I know where you live, so be careful.
Okay,
you don't live too far. You don't live too far from me.
This has become a terrible conversation for me, and I'm going to let you go. But thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Bye.
She sounds like she closes deals with a baseball bat.
No, I mean, so to Christine's point, how much this is happening. I don't know if it's common now to find an apartment on Craigslist anymore, but every place I lived in before I bought my home, I found on Craigslist.
I think most of my apartments that I came across were all on Craigslist.
And it would have never came across my mind in a million years that the person I was talking to didn't own the home.
Or even the same person that could be showing you the apartment. I guess to your point, how do you know if they're the ones that own the building?
Exactly. Look, I mean, you're getting paperwork, facts back and forth with signatures on it. Why would you question that? And again, there's that, what do they call that? Damn it. There's a word for it. Where you want to believe this is something that can happen for you, right? A $950 a month home in Greece, in Greece.
Yeah, it's a dream come true.
Nice home, right? So
you got a break.
Exactly.
You got a
so even if it is maybe a little bit suspicious, I don't want to think about that.
Oh, no. If it's a good deal, you're jumping on it.
Oh, these poor people.
Yeah, they're screwed.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, this couple who believe they rented a home in Greece found out over the weekend when they got a knock at the door that the person they rented it from does not own the home. They had moved all their stuff in. They had a rental agreement signed. It was all a scam. They lost a whole bunch of money. They have nowhere to go.
They got to get one of those GoFundMe pages.
One of them GoFundMe pages? Right? You know what can be tall? We can call it.
What?
You gotta go. You gotta go.
But that would save them.
It would, but okay. There's also the problem. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. I want to talk to you. The problem with the GoFundMe page.
Yeah.
One, we're being sympathetic. Not everybody is
Yeah,
sympathetic.
I know.
I
There's some
understand.
people like, how'd you not know?
Exactly. 2, look, I don't know what these folks' background are. I don't know what they do for a living.
Right.
When you accept that kind of help from people,
All eyes are on you.
Exactly. You're exposing everything about
But you got to, but look, man, if you're back against the wall and you're outside, you got to take it.
Okay.
Or either that or a church or somebody's got to step up.
With the GoFundMe, and I bring this up every time.
But it works, doesn't it?
Oh, it works. For example, Karen Klein, she was that bus driver in Greece who was getting bullied. She was caught on video. It went viral.
And it went to almost $1 million.
It went over $1 million, didn't it?
I think it did, yeah.
People started donating money to her, and everything was great. And then when they found out she had $1 million, which, by the way, she didn't ask
Everybody
for.
was cheering her on, man.
Did not ask for. She became like public enemy number 1, and all those people that were like, "Oh, poor
How's
woman."
she spending it? Yeah.
I wish I could bullied.
Yeah.
I wish I. Woman didn't ask for a damn thing. Like it went from in a week, like, "Oh, this great woman," to, "Were you serious?"
Well, we want to know what I heard about it.
Exactly. I don't want to put myself through that if I'm
Yeah,
this
but man,
family.
you want to be homeless?
No.
Then take the criticism and take the money because you got to go.
You
gotta go.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kate. Hey, Kate, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I just wanted to comment. If they're in New York State, New York's actually pretty good on finding you emergency housing, but that stuff goes on all the time. I remember I looked on Craigslist, too. Most of the time I would look for stuff on Craigslist. I looked into a woman I worked for had a bunch of rental properties, and I told her this big story about when I bought my house. I put enough down to make sure it was a nice, easy, like $800 mortgage, so I never had to pay more than that. And it always seemed like in an emergency I could come up with $800 from wherever. And they ended up having a rental property, a whole full house with parking, off-street parking, the whole 9 yards. And it was only $800, no lease, no deposit. It was a steal. And I had it for 3 years, and then all of a sudden they had to sell it because the 80-year-old landlord needed like some kind of emergency surgery. Let me tell you, you got 30 days notice to vacate, and they could show the house and all that. But all my friends that live around U of R in the White Lab Coat District,
that's a true thing. The white coat, they call it, what they call it, the white coat ghetto is what they call it. Yeah.
The White Coat Ghetto, yeah. People are on the scams for like showing a house, come with money, get the rent, and get the house, and meet me at the house. That goes on all the time in those neighborhoods. And I have to say, when I had to move, I had 30 days, I had no idea how high the rents went. Like it went from you can't get anything under $1,000, $2,000. And by the way, the Craigslist has now become Marketplace, and Marketplace is even like
Facebook
more
Marketplace, you mean?
scams than other places. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. And I found my apartment today on Facebook Marketplace, but you have to be the first person there. You have to have the cash. You have to get in. It's just ugly out there.
And if you don't have the
Ugly,
cash,
ugly.
if you don't have the cash,
you gotta go.
Gotta go. Sorry. Yeah. Kate, thanks for the call. Kate, I'm running late. I gotta go. Thank you for the call. Bye.
Yeah, she was giving me a
Okay, but she did bring up a
She's
good
gotta
point.
go.
She did bring up a good point there towards the end. I bet you people are getting scammed because they want to be the first to it.
Yeah.
Oh,
on
so they're
top-
chomping at the bit?
Yeah, because like if you think you found a good deal and you know there are other people lined up to take it, you may look past some of those red flags because I got to be the first to get that deposited.
No, you're right. It's the perfect environment for stuff to happen
Yeah.
like
I
this.
feel
over and
bad
over.
for young people.
Well, but that might actually be the silver lining here.
The young people. People.
Bad.
What?
So, we've talked at length the last couple of years about how the average age of a kid moving out of their parents' house is getting higher and higher higher and higher, right? Because, look, we're talking about the apartments we bought, Kimmy, or we rented. Like, I was 20, 21 years old.
It was a stretch for us then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is, like, look, I was an idiot. I had traveled the country. I had seen things, and I was still an idiot, right? So without question, if some guy's a kid, just bring $500 and I'll give you the apartment right now.
Yeah.
Under the T.
Exactly. This is the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Like, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that kids are living with their parents longer and aren't having the opportunity to get ripped off. Because, look,
But now it's adults getting ripped. I don't know.
it's not great. It's not great. But if we're looking at two different situations here, right? Like, as an adult, like, I feel for these people.
Yeah.
I feel for these people. But it is easier as a grown-ass person to find your way back than it is if you are starting off with nothing, spend that nothing, and now you got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
You triple nothing.
Exactly. Right? Like, that this age going up before they move out thing might actually be a good
great
problem.
Better
Somebody's in my
problem?
basement.
Well, think about this, man. If there was kids had the ability to go rent places right now, the rent would be even higher.
Yeah.
The pressure to find a place would be even greater.
I feel so bad for old people nowadays and the young people.
No, the old people. I mean, if they would just die, housing costs would go way down. Or as we like to say,
you gotta go
into the grave.
Where's that T-shirt?
It's Thursday. You know what that means.
You gotta go. Well, yeah, we gotta bitch it out.
Yep, we're gonna go bitch it out. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And speaking of things changing, there are names you're used to.
Like what?
Well, names of men and women that you hear on a regular basis, right? Or at least you used to, because.
Well, they changed their name.
Well, we got five female names and 5 male names that are the most likely to go extinct over the last 10 years. Over the next 10 years.
We're aging out of them.
Yes, these are names that
they gotta be some old ugly ass names.
Not as old as you think.
Oh.
I mean, look, there are plenty of people listening to this show that still have these names.
I was surprised by some of those names.
Well, some of those old names are coming back.
No, okay.
But I wouldn't even think some of them are that old.
I'll give you the names.
All right.
I'll let you
Are any of them hideous? There are some hideous names. No, there's hideous names.
I don't think any of them are hideous. I'll tell you what they are.
All right.
We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The philosopher Robert Dylan once said, "You better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone."
Oh.
Because the times, they are a-changing.
Oh, that's a good one.
And buildings change. Ideas change. But even what you call people changes. Because these names that we've been calling people for 100 years.
Okay.
They pretty much don't exist anymore.
Or they're gone.
And it's not the ones, I know you have names in your head.
I got the old, ugly lady names.
You're going to be shocked, I promise you. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look like Bear Bryant in their gingham shirt, but like right now, like if you dug up Bear Bryant's body and you propped him up in a chair, that's exactly what
he would still win a national championship. The way they coach these days.
Roll Tide! You got to really hurt.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to go to 7 different destinations in my lifetime because I just want a busted West Side mouth. But when I point it out, you get all upset because I'm just a toothless little bitch.
No, I wasn't upset that my mouth is busted. I know my mouth is busted. You saw my whole family had busted
Well,
mouths.
because then you debated me because like you all went to the same dentist or not.
So you're looking my brother in the face, and when he comes here and during football season, go,
You're gonna own it, right? You gotta own it.
Bitch ass bitch.
I don't think I could look at his mouth now. Is it bad?
No, he's got great teeth.
But did he take care of it after
Wait,
the
you
fact?
can't look at his mouth after that, but didn't you ask Pat the other day if his brother was a good kisser?
You did ask that on the air.
Hey, you think Ryan's a good kisser?
Oh, your dad.
You like gladiator movies?
Next time I go to the ballpark, I'm going to look at your father's teeth.
Why don't you kiss him, see how they feel?
Get in line.
Well, take on your bitch voices. We run it back. We call Bitch Voice Theater happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Well, I'm not a big beer guy. Like, I can have...
Oh, no, you don't like beer?
I can only drink a beer.
Is it going to give you gut?
Yeah,
Stop it, I won't drink man beer because I don't want to
Man
get
beer.
sad because I'm a scared little beer bitch-ass bitch.
I used to go out to the Cape Cod to see my brother all the time on the 4th of July. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to do a story about dirt bikes. When I was coming up, I couldn't afford a dirt bike or anything else, so I just had to run my fat ass up and down the street, and the cops didn't even care because I was just a fat little boy with no dirt bike riding a little bitch. I remember when I got to drive a Corvette. And it was like the coolest thing in the world. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I just found out that I'm a young dad. I'm not going to live very long because I spent half my life being fat and I'm going to spend the other half being a dad. So I'm double dead by 40.
Double dead?
You double dead. Because I'm just a dad-loving little bitch.
It gives me 2 more years, man.
So, you know, my old man owned a TV station down in Florida.
Ooh.
We have established I was rich.
Oh,
I'm Pat Duffy. I grew up so poor. I had to stay home alone. Nobody cared. They'd come home and be disappointed when they'd find me again because I was just a lonely, poor little fat boy, bitch.
That wasn't even funny. That was just hurtful.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
All right, Tommy. I have in front of me the 5 women and 5 male names that are going extinct the fastest. When they say going extinct, these are names that nobody is naming their kids anymore.
They don't want them.
Do you want to hear the female or the male name first?
I'm guessing the females are going to be way funnier.
Okay, so the female name going extinct the fastest in America is Bess.
Bess, yeah.
Bess.
Bess Truman.
So is Bess just...
Whenever you say names around an old guy, he just starts naming people also named that thing.
But that's the only one I can think of.
Bess Truman.
So Bess is just Bess.
Bess,
not
as far as I
short
know.
for
Do you know who
anything.
Bess Truman was?
No.
You can't guess.
Jesus Christ, man.
Married to like the president? I don't know. There could be a lot of Besses
President,
out there
who
back
would
in the
that president be?
Truman?
Thank you.
I didn't know that's what you're talking. I don't know.
Come on, you're better than that.
I guess I should have just gone with the obvious answer, but I always think you're trying to trick me.
That's actually a good point on her part. There are fewer than 20 Besses now being born a year in America.
Wow, all right.
Fewer
That's
than 20.
good. That's an ugly name.
So as we go down the list of women's names that are going extinct, Kathy with a C, Christy is going extinct.
All right.
Christy, really?
Christy. Deirdre.
Deirdre, that's an old lady name.
Okay,
Deirdre.
I can't figure out if Deirdre is an old lady name or if it's sexy, because Deirdre could be sexy. Deirdre. No, is it Deirdre coming over? Yeah, the one with the nice ass? Yeah, that Deirdre.
Oh, you didn't say Deirdre with a nice ass.
Yeah, she's also 80.
Yeah.
Nice 80-year-old ass. And then Dory, the final name that's going
Well, I
extinct.
was thinking Dorothy, but not Dorothy. But I would think, when's the last time you knew a Dorothy?
My grandma's name was Dorothy.
That's my aunt, but she's 90 years old.
Yeah, but I feel like The Wizard of Oz is such an iconic movie that
Maybe
there's
that
always
name
going
will
to be
always be
Dorothy will be
around.
hanging.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Dory?
No, Dory was the
Dory.
last one. Dory,
I
D-O-R-I.
never heard of that name.
So there are fewer. Dory is surprising to me only because of the success of Finding Nemo and
Yeah,
that
you're
fish
right.
named
You
Dory.
would have thought that would
Oh.
have inspired some new
All right.
Dories.
Because like Finding Nemo came out around the time where people that watch it as kids would start to
Yeah.
have kids now.
Yeah.
Unless you don't want to name your kid after a fish that's got memory
Also
issues.
that.
Right? Okay, so you ready for the male names?
Yeah.
The male name that is going extinct the fastest is Al.
Al.
Just Al.
So all mechanics will be closed within the next 10 years.
Not
Okay.
Alan, just Al.
Al, the A-L. So there are fewer than 20 Als being born
All
a
right.
year in America. They go down the list. Bernie,
Yeah, it's an old guy name.
Bert,
Bert. Yeah, Bert.
Bob,
Bob.
and Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck's an old. Yeah, those are old school names.
Okay, so but here's what's weird, and this is what we need to figure out. The phone number is 252-WCMF. This may be misleading because Albert is not the name on there.
Right.
Or Bernard. It's
Yeah.
Al, Bernie,
Those are. I
Chuck.
would have thought those would be like just
Nicknames.
shortened versions of those old school names.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
does that mean, I mean, it's possible. There are still people naming their children Bernard and Charles and Robert and Albert.
Yeah,
Right.
I know multiple Charles.
Because your husband's name is Alex, you call him Al.
Yeah,
Right?
Alexander. Yeah.
Right? So, like, there are Alexes still being born. Were there people that were naming their kids back in the day just Al?
Yeah.
Or Chuck.
Chuck. You named your kid. You didn't name him
Chuck.
Charles. You named him Chuck.
Because I can remember a lot of guys were named Dick back in the day.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't think that was shortened. I think they just went by Dick.
They went
Oh,
straight
really?
up Dick.
I had an Uncle Dick in Auburn, and that's all he went by.
So
he
you don't
was
think
just
his
a-
name was Richard?
No, I don't.
He was a straight up Dick.
He was a straight up Dick. He was the one that got hit in the head with a sledgehammer walking down Main Street in Auburn.
That fell out of the sky,
Yeah,
by
it
the
was
way.
Dick- yeah, it was Dick-
Somebody didn't
yeah.
hit him.
And he lived.
Why did so many
They
things
used to
come
call him
out of the
Dizzy Dick.
Why did so many things come out of the sky and strike your family
I
members?
don't know.
That's a great point. Lightning?
Yes.
Hammer?
Yeah.
You know, but it's funny. We're having this conversation like who names their kids nicknames, but everyone thinks Kimmy is short for Kimberly. You're just named Kim.
It's just Kim.
You just
yeah.
named your name Kim.
Yeah.
And my aunt's name was just Kim. Like I'm named after my mom's sister, and she was just a Kim.
Because like
not Kimberly.
both your first name and your maiden name, I guess it's your real name.
Yeah.
They sound like they're not finished.
Yeah, it does.
Like your parents
Yeah.
got bored
Yeah.
filling out the birth certificate. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about names that are going extinct for women. Bess, Kathy, Christy, Deirdre, and Dory are the 5 fastest. For men, it's all the blue-collariest names.
I would think my name, too, should be obsolete by
Let's
now.
talk about me, guys.
Yeah.
No, Tom. I feel
How
like
many
Thomas?
young
Tom-
Tommies or Thomases do you know?
Oh yeah, I know.
Tommies?
Really?
Yeah, there are young Tommies out there.
Again, I feel like if a character in kids' media survives, it's going to be named that thing forever. And Thomas the Tank Engine has existed for, I mean, it's existed through George Carlin. It's existed through Ringo Starr. Who's the, could you Google who the conductor for Thomas the Tank Engine is now? Because it's got to be
Is it
someone
still
famous. Yeah, it'll be on forever.
I thought it was like animated now, though.
So was the other Thomas the Tank Engine, yet they would make Ringo Starr little, and then he would tell you about the story that was coming up.
All right.
Same with George Carlin.
Ringo, that's got to be going away.
What would Starkey? What was his first name? Why am I blanking right now? No, you do know. You should know this. We're on a classic rock station.
Well, you should know it, too.
I
You
know,
wrote on
and I'm
here.
upset with myself,
I
and you're
don't
older than me. No, you idiot, think.
I don't know.
Damn it. I'm not, but we're not going any further until you tell me what Ringo Starr's real name is. No, the name I haven't heard in a long time is Chuck.
Yeah.
Like, I'll call my buddies that are Charles Chucky.
Yeah.
But I haven't met a young, like, none of my
A
daughters.
young Charlie or Chuck?
Yeah, like, no,
Yeah.
I don't, my daughters don't have any friends that are Chuck or
All
like
right.
classmates that are Chuck. I like Bert.
Yeah.
I think Bert could make a hipster
but would
comeback.
that
Bert sounds
would
like
that
a
be
guy-
Albert or would it just be Bert?
I feel like Bert is better than Albert.
Bert's like reminds me of a guy that has like a crew cut and chain smokes cigars.
You think so?
Yeah, that's a Bert to
It
me.
would
It's
be
like
a-
a man's name.
It
Like a
I could
squatty man.
I could see like a young adult being a Bert, but I couldn't call a baby Bert.
Baby
Yeah.
Bert. Bert
Baby
the
Bert.
baby? No, Bert,
Bert
sounds
the
A
like
baby?
toddler walking around.
Oh,
That
baby
sounds like
Bert.
an ugly baby. It does.
It's kind of cute, but it's also a little. It just seems like that name's too adult
Yes.
to refer to a baby as Bert.
No, I like it. Baby Bert's adorable. And you know what's weird is we're going with this theory of like characters that endure generations, like Thomas the Tank Engine leads to Tommy's, right? Dorothy from Wizard of Oz. Bert and Ernie are two of the biggest kids characters of all
Where's
time.
your Ernie's then?
Ernie's not extinct.
I don't know any Ernie's.
You have to know an Ernie.
Not anymore.
A guy your age doesn't know any Ernies?
No, maybe my
Call
age.
yourself an American?
You don't know no young Ernie.
I might know a young Ernie.
There's no Ernies in the NFL or baseball or basketball.
No, there are.
Young Ernie. Coming up.
Isn't there an Ernie Clement? Isn't that kid from Rochester named Ernie Clement?
No, you just made that up.
No, I'm going to ask Kimmy because he's a baseball player, and I think her husband
Ernie
knows
Clement.
him. Kimmy,
That
Ernie
sounds
Clement
like a guy
is
that
person,
played in
right?
the 70s.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's local from here,
That's
but
what
he's
I
a
said.
baseball player.
Thank
yeah.
you, and he's in his 20s.
All right.
Yeah.
Ernie Clement. In your
All right,
face.
now I know one. Thank you.
His brother Bert Clement.
Oh, they had many boys. Huh? It all got into.
Kimmy, all right, somebody please tweet at me or Instagram at me at Duffy on WCMF. What was Ringo Starr's real name? Because now it's really bothering me. Starkey was his last name. What's his first name? What is his first name?
I think it was
Richard
Dick.
Starkey. Was it Richard?
No, I think it was Dick.
Shut up, Dick Starkey.
Yeah, it was Richard.
Okay.
Yeah, Richard Dick. And he still is.
I thought you guys were kidding.
No, I was. Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy D. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Happy old Thursday, Rapperoo.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
We'll get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, do not forget, you are running out of time.
For what?
Well, the WCMF Break Room Sexiest Dad.
You got to push your papa.
It's back, baby. Push yourself.
Yeah.
Push hard.
All right. Keep on pushing.
You can go to WCMF.com right now, enter your photo to score not only some serious bragging rights, but a $500 watch from Heritage Jewelers.
Nice.
All the details there, how to submit your picture. You go to WCMF.com. We're accepting pictures through June 9th, so that's this weekend. All that's courtesy of Heritage Jewelers. Unsurpassed value and service, guaranteed. That's their heritage. Let them be a part of yours and from your friends at 96.5 WCMF. Interesting development in the last 20 minutes.
What happened?
Well, because there are people entering their photos, and guys are like, hey, I put my photo up. Why isn't it there? It has to be approved by our corporate folks. Because, again, we've been telling you for days, guys keep sending pictures of their penises.
Yeah.
And we're not
risque.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can't put up penises, and we can't put up ass crack. No crack, no penis, no faces of kids. That's really what it said in the email.
And the fact that we have to tell you this is sad.
We've had to tell you multiple times. A break room regular has submitted his photo.
Okay. Well, that's great.
And
We love when people participate. What's the matter?
shocking, I think, is an understatement.
I mean, we told people to show their true selves.
Okay. And we got one, huh?
Oh boy, did we. So we said the theme of this year's Sexiest Dad seems to be no shirt, because about one quarter.
Been a lot of shirtless dads.
Yep, of all photos we've gotten.
Show the beef, boys.
He's showing beef, bro.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of beef to go around. Let's put it this way. You couldn't fit it in an Omaha Steaks box in your front door.
Oh, he's that beefy.
Oh, he's got it. It's a beefy old boy.
All right. Bit of a wide boy. Okay.
So if you want to look at the dads that have already entered to get a glimpse of what you may need to do to win this competition, you can go to WCMF.com. You go there again to enter it. And next week, the voting starts. You're running out of time.
All right.
A lot on the line.
Maybe next year we should rename it Sexiest Skin Tag.
We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who good luck not being turned on, go to our website now.
Yep.
It's getting so grossed out.
For Tommy Muley, who somehow would not be the least sexy guy of the dads we have so far. That's what we're dealing with right now. My name is Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.